Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch
Welcome back. The Himachal Pradesh government today has ordered that names and addresses of operators, proprietors and managers must be displayed at all food establishments across the state. Now, this comes after the Yogi Adityanath-led UP government on Tuesday passed a similar order directing food outlets to display the name of their owners, taking cognizance of recent incidents of spitting and mixing of urine in eatables. Earlier, the UP government had issued a similar order during the Kavar Yatra, which was challenged in court and was criticized by the opposition as well as some of its alliance partners.
जिस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में भी वहाँ पर भी जो रेडी फड़ी वाले हैं खास करके उनके लिए ये मैंडेटरी किया गया है कि वहाँ पर जो है आपको अपना उसमें नाम और आईडी लगाना होगा। तो हमने भी इसको यहाँ पर पूरी मजबूती से लागू करने का निर्णय किया है कि जो भी अपना दुकान चला रहा है, रेडी फड़ी चला रहा है, उसको अपना आईडी, अपना क्लियर आइडेंटिफिकेशन उसमें करना होगा। वैसे भी क्योंकि अब ये स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग कमेटी बन चुकी है तो उससे आईडी दिया जाएगा और वो उनको डिस्प्ले करना पड़ेगा ताकि आने वाले समय में कोई भी अगर ऐसी कोई समस्या आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है तो पारदर्शिता से इस पे कार्रवाई जो है वो करवाई जा सके।
All right, let's go across to Gurpreet now for more on this story. And Gurpreet, it's surprising to have Himachal State Minister, Congress State Minister there citing the UP government, the BJP-led government when putting out such an order.
Well, yes, after Uttar Pradesh, we have seen Himachal Pradesh government has also set guidelines for the street vendors. What we have learned from the Himachal government, they have decided that each and every vendor, whether he is operating from the street or he is running any eatery food, he should display his identity, because if there is any incident like in Uttar Pradesh that had happened there, spitting or mixing of a urine with some food, if something happens in Himachal Pradesh, immediately that incident should be taken cognizance, and government will be able to access all the relevant documents of that eatery so that action should be taken. So let's see that how the things will be coming up in the coming days. As of now, we have seen even some of the people, they were asking that there should be priority which should be given to the state residents, but now they say they are not going to form such type of law or guidelines, but this is very clear. They are going to have a meeting with all the vendors and they will issue the identity card so that they will put before their counter and their identity should be on record. And if any incident happens like this, like the way we have seen in Uttar Pradesh, some of the incident had been reported, immediately action should be taken. So let's wait for some time. We will see whether the opposition is going to accept it or not, and whether there is some political reaction of this guidelines which has been set by Himachal Pradesh after following Uttar Pradesh and or not. That is yet to be seen. Back to studio.
All right, thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. So the Himachal government, they're citing the UP state government order and issuing a similar order on identity of eateries in the state. Now, Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader, has reacted to recent remarks made by BJP MP Kangana Ranaut on farm laws and said that the Prime Minister must clarify on the comments whether, and he's asked whether it's the BJP, whether the BJP is testing the idea of bringing back farm laws. Now, BJP MP Kangana Ranaut had said, has in fact apologized for those comments. She says she regrets her comment that the 3 farm laws that were at the core of the farmers' protests in 2020 be brought back. Speaking to reporters in Mandi in Himachal Pradesh, the actor, a politician, on Tuesday had said that the laws rolled back by the PM in November 2021 should be brought back. But after the BJP distanced itself from her remarks, she has regretted it. But now Rahul Gandhi asking that the Prime Minister clarify.
नमस्कार, ये बीजेपी के जो लोग होते हैं ये आइडियाज को टेस्ट करते रहते हैं. ये किसी से कहते हैं कि आप ये आइडिया पब्लिक में रखिए और फिर रिएक्शन देखते हैं. यही हुआ है. उनके एक सांसद ने किसान कानून, जो काले कानून थे, उनको रिवाइव करने की बात की है. मोदी जी, आप क्लैरिफाई कीजिए, आप इसके खिलाफ हैं या आप फिर से बदमाशी कर रहे हैं? क्या वो किसान के कानून रिवाइव करेंगे या नहीं? और अगर करेंगे तो फिर मैं आपको गारंटी दे रहा हूं कि इंडिया गठबंधन पूरा इनके खिलाफ खड़ा हो जाएगा. 700 लोग शहीद हुए हैं, उनकी याद करनी है, उनकी रिस्पेक्ट करनी है. मोदी जी ने 2 मिनट मौन नहीं रखने दिया था. हम ये कभी नहीं भूलेंगे. धन्यवाद.
In other news now, an international trade show is underway in Uttar Pradesh and it was attended by the Vice President. It's the second edition of the UP Trade Show, and the UP Chief Minister Adityanath spoke on how MSMEs are generating jobs in the state.
एक सर्वे के अनुसार लगभग 96 लाख एमएसएमई यूनिट यूपी के 75 जनपदों में फैला हुआ है और ये 96 लाख एमएसएमई यूनिट उत्तर प्रदेश में कृषि के बाद सर्वाधिक रोजगार सृजन करने वाला क्षेत्र है. 2017 में जब उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार आई, तब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने के लिए हम लोगों ने जिन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाया, उसमें 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट के रूप में सभी 75 जनपदों का कोई यूनिक प्रोडक्ट होगा और उसके प्रोत्साहन के लिए, उसकी ब्रांडिंग के लिए, उसकी मार्केटिंग के लिए, उसके टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ने के लिए, उसकी डिजाइनिंग के लिए, उसकी पैकेजिंग के लिए हम लोगों ने जिस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाया, वही आज देश के अंदर ओडीओपी के रूप में, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट के रूप में देश के अंदर, दुनिया के अंदर जाना जा रहा है.
All right, let's focus now on elections in Jammu and Kashmir, where the second phase of polling on 26 seats in 6 districts are underway. This will conclude at 6 p.m. Security has been tightened in key constituencies such as Rajouri, which along with Poonch and Riyasi has witnessed a surge of terror attacks over the last few years. If we talk about voter turnout so far, well, till 3 p.m., the voter turnout is nearly 46.1%. Srinagar, however, recorded the lowest voter turnout till 1 p.m. Around 26 lakh voters are deciding the fate of 239 candidates. And in this phase of elections, former Chief Minister and National Conference Chief Omar Abdullah is contesting from Gandarbal and Badgam seats, and several prominent candidates are also in the fray, including Jammu and Kashmir BJP Chief Ravinder Raina. NDTV's Nazir sent us this report.
Well, it's moderate to brisk polling across Jammu and Kashmir, across 26 assembly constituencies in the second phase of assembly elections. And it was sluggish polling in Srinagar city, but as day progressed, people started coming out and voted. I'm at Habba Kadal assembly constituency. This is an area which had a sizable number of Kashmiri Pandits. But more than 3 decades ago, in 1990, most of them left this place because of militancy. This is first election which is being held without the shadow of violence. Yes. There's no boycott call. Even Mirwais Umar Farooq, head of the Hurriyat Conference, say election boycott is now irrelevant.
Yes, this is
and even he is trying to tell people go and vote.
We are living in the largest democracy of the world, and this democracy is a healthy democracy in all over the planet of the world. So we have to cast our vote. Who party we have to cast doesn't matter, but we have to cast our vote.
And I am feeling very happy because it's my first time when I am casting my vote, and I was very enthusiastic, and I repeatedly tell my husband, please, we will go to the polling station.
And that to a place, Habakadal, which was the place known for Kashmiri Pandits, but these lanes and by-lanes are mostly now deserted.
I came first time here because I belong from a village and my husband is from Habakadal. So I came first year. I don't know about this area, but I feel very much happy, and I feel proud that first time I use my right to vote, and I am very much happy. And mostly in Srinagar. है ना, इंस्पायर मतलब मेरे पेरेंट्स जो हैं उन्होंने बहुत बार जम्मू में किया है, और मैंने अपना फर्स्ट वोट अपने ही मतलब जहाँ मैं पैदा हुई हूँ, आई वाज बोर्न इन सागम विलेज कोकरनाग, तो इन अनंतनाग डिस्ट्रिक्ट, बट
And you are married here?
I'm married here in Abakadal, and I am very much happy कि मैंने अपना फर्स्ट वोट अपने ही मतलब मातृभूमि में दिया है, अपने कश्मीर में दिया है.
All right, let's shift focus now to the battle for Haryana, and the Prime Minister held a mega rally today in the state ahead of assembly elections, which will take place on the 5th. He made a sharp attack on the Congress party, saying the Congress means corruption. He also, in fact, hit out at the Mads in the Congress party.
जहां जहां कांग्रेस ने पैर रखा, ये काम पक्का, करप्शन करप्शन करप्शन, भ्रष्टाचार भ्रष्टाचार भ्रष्टाचार, भाई भतीजावाद भाई भतीजावाद भाई भतीजावाद. हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार की कोई जन्मदात्री है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है. याद कीजिए, 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, तब क्या होता था. आज जो नए वोटर है ना, 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था. तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया. कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था.
Now, an exclusive interview by my colleague Ankit Tyagi with Congress MP Dipinder Hooda, who is confident of the Congress victory in the state. In fact, he said that the BJP is against farmers, that the Congress will win in the assembly polls.
One of the key faces campaigning for the Congress party and somebody who is quite popular at this moment, the star campaigner for his party, Member of Parliament, Mr. Dipinder Hooda. He's joining us at this moment. So thank you so much for speaking to us. Late night, early morning, लगातार campaign हो रही है, आप जगह जगह जा रहे हैं. First, let's start with आपका assessment अभी आज की डेट में क्या है?
Assessment कांग्रेस का है, कांग्रेस के पक्ष का है. हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष में माहौल है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो 10 साल का कुशासन हरियाणा ने झेला है, हरियाणा का हर वर्ग उससे परेशान है और हरियाणा की जन भावना आज कांग्रेस के पक्ष में.
बीजेपी एमपी कंगना रनौत ने कल एक स्टेटमेंट दिया. उन्होंने कहा कि टाइम आ गया है कि किसानों को खुद ही वो जो 3 कानून थे जिसको सरकार ने वापस लिया, फार्म लॉज जो थे, उनको वापस लाने का, इस तरह का उनको एक बयान आया. बीजेपी ने ऑफिशियली कहा कि हमारा बयान नहीं, उनका पर्सनल बयान है, हम इससे अलग हट रहे हैं. आप उसको किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
बीजेपी बातें कहलवाती है, मैं इस तरह से देखता हूँ. ये बीजेपी की चाल चरित्र चेहरा है, बीजेपी की नीयत है, किसान विरोधी बीजेपी की नीयत है. ये 3 कानूनों वाला जो बात हरियाणा के चुनाव के मध्य में कंगना रनौत से कहलाई गई है, वो इस बात का कि हरियाणा के अंदर ये चुनाव का क्या महत्व है और ये जो बीजेपी की जो मंशाएं कामयाब नहीं होने जा रही. हरियाणा में बड़े बहुमत से कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और उसके बाद देश को पता चल जाएगा कि जनमत 3 काले कानूनों के खिलाफ है.
कि हम सिरसा में हैं. सिरसा की एमपी काफ़ी दिनों तक नदारद रही कैंपेनिंग से. शैलजा जी ने बोला अब वो कुछ दिन पहले कि वो 26 तारीख से शायद कैंपेनिंग में दोबारा से आने वाली हैं. आपको नहीं लगता कि उसका थोड़ा मैसेज गलत जाता है? जैसे आप भी सिरसा में हैं, अगर वो साथ में आपके कैंपेन करती तो कांग्रेस को और बोल्स्टर होते कांग्रेस के प्रॉस्पेक्ट्स?
नहीं, वो कर रहे हैं. 26 से आपने सही कहा, 26 से वो कैंपेन कर रही हैं. 5-6 दिन बचे हैं कैंपेन के, तो शील कैंपेन. और मैंने कहा कि सभी लीडर्स कैंपेन कर रहे हैं और ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि सभी लीडर्स एक साथ ही एक ही जगह एक ही जनसभा में पहुँचे कैंपेन करें. कांग्रेस के सभी लीडर्स जो है अपनी अपनी जो है योगदान सबका है. कांग्रेस हरियाणा में मजबूत है, सब ने अपना अपना योगदान दिया है और सभी इस चुनाव में भी अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं.
हाउ डू यू सी दैट चीफ मिनिस्टरियल एम्बिशन जो सबने, जो कुछ लीडर्स ने अपने कहे? शैलजा जी ने कहा कि उनका भी मुख्यमंत्री बनने का इच्छा है. रणदीप सुरजेवाला भी ये बात कह चुके हैं. वो तो ये भी कह चुके हैं कि हुड्डा साहब, शैलजा जी और रणदीप सुरजेवाला के अलावा भी कोई कांग्रेस में बन सकता है. तो हाउ डू यू सी दिस पीपल इवन बिफोर यू हैव वन अपने एस्पिरेशंस को सामने जो रख रहे हैं?
देखिए, वो उनका सबका अपना विवेक है और मेन हमारा मुद्दा, मेन लक्ष्य हरियाणा में कांग्रेस सरकार का बनाना है. हरियाणा के भविष्य को बचाना है. बीजेपी ने बहुत नुकसान किया हरियाणा का इन 10 साल में. दोबारा हरियाणा ट्रैक पे आए, देश में एक प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट के रूप में जाना जाए, तो ये हमारा पर्पज़ है कि हरियाणा में गवर्नमेंट बने, बड़े बहुमत से कांग्रेस की सरकार बने. उसके बाद तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की अपनी प्रक्रिया है, मुख्यमंत्री या किसी पद की या किसको क्या जिम्मेदारी मिलती है. कांग्रेस विधायक दल की भावनाओं को एआईसीसी के ऑब्जर्वर आके जानते हैं. वो एआईसीसी के ऑब्जर्वर को कांग्रेस शीर्ष नेतृत्व को बताते हैं और कांग्रेस का शीर्ष नेतृत्व अपने विवेक से फैसला करता है. वो हमारी एक सेट प्रक्रिया पार्टी की और वो प्रक्रिया फॉलो होगी, मगर वो प्रक्रिया या इस प्रकार के प्रश्नों का समय अभी नहीं है. अभी समय है कांग्रेस की सरकार बने.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नज़दीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after
Welcome back. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written to the Union Finance Minister and has proposed a financial deterrent for traffic violations. Has said that link insurance premiums of vehicles to violations. So proposed a financial deterrent for those who are making have traffic violations, and this in a bid to promote responsible driving. Well, let's go across to Ishika Now for more on this story. And Ishika, so this is a proposal right now by the Lieutenant Governor.
Well, yes, certainly, in a letter that the Lieutenant Governor of the National Capital has now written to the Union Finance Minister. In fact, he has proposed this financial deterrent. In fact, saying that those, in fact, who have a history of violations when it comes to the traffic rules, they should be, they should be asked to pay more in terms of insurance. So they should be asked to pay more in premium insurance is what he has proposed, and he has said that if this is done, then this will be promoting more responsible driving behavior, and which ultimately would be bringing down the number of road accidents. He in fact in his letter has also said that this is already in fact practical in in the countries like US and European countries, and thus it is something that even the government of India should consider. So certainly after this what is the opinion of the people here, that certainly will be important, and also what response comes from the ministry, that is also something that we still wait for. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So a plan there to promote responsible driving. And staying with the news from Delhi now, Delhi's Environment Minister Gopal Rai has launched a war against pollution campaign today to tackle the air quality crisis in the national capital as winter approaches, or what is known as the pollution season approaches. Every year, the national capital region experiences severe air pollution due to multiple factors, which include stubble burning and erratic weather patterns. According to the minister, compared to 2016, pollution levels have decreased in Delhi by 34.6%.
तो पहली बार दिल्ली के अंदर हॉट स्पॉट की ड्रोन द्वारा मॉनिटरिंग का निर्णय सरकार ने लिया है कि जिससे कि हम, क्योंकि इन्वेंटराइजेशन तो पिछली बार हमने किया था, मैनुअली किया था, टीमों को लगा करके कहां क्या सोर्सेज हैं उनको हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया था। इस बार हम ड्रोन द्वारा रियल टाइम भी उनकी मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे। 7 अक्टूबर से एंटी डस्ट कैंपेन दिल्ली के अंदर शुरू किया जाएगा। 7 अक्टूबर तक प्राइवेट और सरकारी सभी एजेंसियों के पास समय है। अगर वो उस मानक को पूरा नहीं करते हैं तो 7 अक्टूबर से फिर इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, एंटी डस्ट कैंपेन शुरू किया जाएगा।
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates coming up on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hi, I'm Karina Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. The Himachal Pradesh government to mandate the displaying of names on eateries. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya cites the UP order and says we will do the same in Himachal Pradesh. This is to prevent any untoward incidents. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor writes to the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and proposes a financial deterrent for traffic violations, says link insurance premiums to traffic violations, which means more traffic violations, more insurance costs, and this will promote responsible driving. Another big setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A special court in Bengaluru has directed the Karnataka Lokayukta to probe the allegations against the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam and ask for an FIR to be filed. The Chief Minister says he's not afraid, will fight it legally, as the BJP says he must resign. The Bombay High Court today had some tough questions for the Maharashtra police about circumstances leading to the death of the man accused in the Badlapur rape case, who died in police custody, saying the police version was difficult to accept. The man's father has alleged custodial killing. The court has now asked cops to provide call data records of the police involved as well as the driver. Politics speaks over the Waqf bill after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey flags the high number of letters received by the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the matter, claims possibility of the role of fundamentalist organizations. The Congress hits back, says the reaction by citizens is causing the BJP discomfort. And the second phase of polling taking place on 26 seats in 6 districts in Jammu and Kashmir and will conclude at 6 p.m. Voting is taking place in areas which were hit by the terror spike. Nearly 46.1% polling till 3 p.m. Our top story now, in Delhi's Environment Minister Gopal Rai today launched a war against pollution campaign today to tackle the air quality crisis in the national capital as winter approaches, or as we in Delhi like to call it, the pollution season. Every year, the national capital region experiences severe air pollution due to multiple factors, which include stubble burning and erratic weather patterns. According to Mr. Rai, compared to 2016, however, pollution levels have decreased in Delhi by 34.6%. He also said many sources of pollution come from outside Delhi as from inside Delhi, and rising pollution levels in NCR states have an impact on Delhi, so we also need the central government's help.
तो पहली बार दिल्ली के अंदर हॉट स्पॉट की ड्रोन द्वारा मॉनिटरिंग का निर्णय सरकार ने लिया है कि जिससे कि हम, क्योंकि इन्वेंटराइजेशन तो पिछली बार हमने किया था, मैनुअली किया था, टीमों को लगा करके कहां कहां क्या सोर्सेज हैं उनको हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया था। इस बार हम ड्रोन द्वारा रियल टाइम भी उनकी मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे। 7 अक्टूबर से एंटी डस्ट कैंपेन दिल्ली के अंदर शुरू किया जाएगा। 7 अक्टूबर तक प्राइवेट और सरकारी सभी एजेंसियों के पास समय है। अगर वो उस मानक को पूरा नहीं करते हैं तो 7 अक्टूबर से फिर इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, एंटी डस्ट कैंपेन शुरू किया जाएगा।
पॉल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए पिछले 10 साल से क्या किया, पहले इसकी ऑडिट रिपोर्ट केजरीवाल साहब के मंत्री दें, आतिशी दें। 1000 करोड़ रुपए के लगभग पॉल्यूशन सेस के नाम पर इनके पास पैसा है। वो पिछले सालों में कितना किस मद में पॉल्यूशन के लिए खर्च किया, उसकी एक ऑडिट रिपोर्ट जनता के सामने रखें। कुछ खर्च नहीं किया, उसमें सिर्फ एक ही खर्चा हुआ है, केजरीवाल साहब की फोटो के साथ बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग, और कुछ नहीं है। ये पॉल्यूशन टेम्परेरी जो सॉल्यूशन ये देते हैं उससे ठीक नहीं होता है। 10 साल में पॉल्यूशन को ठीक करने के लिए क्या परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन इन्होंने दिल्ली की जनता को दिया, वो बताएं। दूसरी तरफ मोदी जी की सरकार ने दिल्ली में पॉल्यूशन कम करने के लिए 1300 इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस दी हैं। डीटीसी के फ्लीट में क्यों नहीं आई ये बसें आज तक?
All right, so that's the politics, and the BJP attacking the Kejriwal government over the pollution action taken so far. To talk more about this and, go beyond the politics and talk about, what needs to be done, we're joined by Jayadhar Gupta, CEO and founder, Nirvana Being and Clean Air Activist. Also joining us, Shambhavi Shukla, Program Manager, Air Pollution Team at CSC. Thank you so much. And Shambhavi, first to you, once again, we're just at the brink of the pollution season. The monsoon is gone, the rains are gone, and the air pollution, levels are already increasing now. We've had Gopal Rai talking about this pollution plan, action plan, but where do you think it's lacking? Because we don't need knee-jerk reactions like odd, even, etc. By this time, we should have taken, some of the bigger steps to ensure that the capital doesn't get polluted every year.
Thank you, Gargi, for inviting me. So first, what the interventions or what the action plan that has been recently launched by the Delhi government. This is a plan which has been continuously getting updated every year, and new actions are being added continuously. This is actually a very good step that the Delhi government has taken, and has actually added many more actions to the plan. But then the problem that lies always, like what we have seen in last few years, is the sustained efforts of those actions. There are no continuous efforts throughout the year that happens to implement those actions. And also at the same time, we need systemic reforms to those actions. Like whenever winter comes, everyone gets activated, the media, the politicians, and everyone is up on the place that talking about air pollution, what is happening and what is not. But then when we require a year-round solution, then there is a problem that we lack right now. And what what we have seen from the data that gets published on the CPCB for the air quality monitors that's present in Delhi, that's around 40. So we have seen that since 2019 till 2023, because we are taking the full years, so there is definitely a 7% reduction that has happened in PM 2.5 concentration, but then still Delhi requires around 60% of that pollution to be reduced to meet the air quality standards. And mind you, these air quality standards that I'm talking about are the Delhi air quality standard, like the Indian air quality standards. WHO is much stringent and much tighter emission standards.
Right, absolutely. We read those out every year when the pollution levels spike. Jaydar Gupta, your comments on this again. This plan has been announced by the government, talking about Delhi's winter action plan. Several steps, as Shambhi was saying, some new steps have also been announced. But and let's wait and see. Already some improvement has been there, but not enough.
Well, Gargi, firstly, thank you for having me here. I do want to call out the fact that I started my innings as a clean air activist probably here with you about 9 years ago in 2015. So 2024, another season. It's kind of ironic that they announced the winter action plan today on the 25th of September. And today was the first day that Delhi and NCR hit an AQI over 300 this morning. And considering the fact that it's a relatively warm day with very good easterly winds, I think that's a really ominous sign for what's to come ahead. I can tell you if it rains in the next few days, we're in trouble right after the rain stops. So this plan, too little, too late. I look at what they're doing. They're talking about anti-dust campaign and road sweeping and anti-smog guns. I just want to mention that all of those things require you creating PM 2.5 to settle PM 10. It seems kind of counterproductive, and it seems like the people making these decisions don't understand the problem, because PM 10 is not a killer. PM 2.5 is a killer. Or even work from home, these are probably part of GRAP and more emergency response. And 9 years into this problem and 9 years into Delhi government having enough time or a runway to get a grip on this problem, I don't want to see those measures come into play. They're talking about 588 teams out there to control the burning of garbage. I don't know how they're going to do that with just 588 teams. You probably need, 50,000 teams to do that in Delhi, and probably need to engage the civilians of Delhi as well. I've been hearing some chatter about artificial rain. I think it's a terrible idea, especially for a country like India, where our farmers need that precipitation. The chemicals, silver iodide, that's used to induce our artificial rain is also extremely hazardous, not only to the environment, but to human health as well. Also, it modifies the climate. It's just a horrible, horrible idea. So I don't see any teeth to this plan. I mean, I think it's just going to be another 6 months of, another really, really bad season.
All right, Shambhavi, your response to that, and also you said some, new measures have been announced. If you could take us through that. Gopal Rai also spoke about how we do need, center-state coordination. We need coordination with other states. We've seen that blame game. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party government has stopped blaming Punjab as much as it used to before they started ruling Punjab. So yes, the farm fire issue again, and weather conditions are also play a big factor in the air pollution.
So see, Gargi, what happens is, of course, everybody knows that the whole pollution is not being generated in a particular city or in a confined space. So what happens is, there is this real-time source apportionment study that usually gets updated by the IITM, the SAFAR, the Institute of Tropical Meteorology. So we have seen that around 30% to 35% of the pollution is being generated from our own sources, while the rest of is coming from outside Delhi. But then it's not just stubble burning that is coming from outside Delhi. it's also the pollution of other cities and states that is coming towards Delhi. And Delhi being the landlocked, the pollution increases every winters. So measures that have been implemented, and also like recently, like apart from this winter action plan that Mr. Gopal Rai has already released, that is of course will be an add-on to whatever is existing. But then there are strict measures that are also implemented recently through CAQM, that they have passed few orders saying that the medium goods vehicle and the heavy goods vehicle, and also for the commercial vehicles, that pre-BS4, those vehicles which are pre-BS4 will not be allowed to enter the city. And also for the buses, they have, like there is an order that only BS6 buses will be allowed to fly. So that was also implemented last year. But then to this is like, of course, every measure will add on to reducing the pollution, but then this should not happen in an ad hoc manner. Like the Grab usually acts as a band-aid solution to a particular problem. So that should not happen. There should be sustained efforts throughout the year that
No, absolutely. Sustained efforts throughout the year. Also, we have a lot of activism in Delhi. Like Jaidha, there are many people who are very active. And let's face it, that the Delhi is not the only polluted city. So many cities across the north and across India are polluted and don't see enough activism and taking the government to account. So, in that sense, Jaidha, your final comments on this issue, and I'm sure we'll have much more conversations in the months to come.
Garvi, I just want to mention that it's about time we call this problem a national health emergency that it is. Frankly, we know that more people die from air pollution each year. Sorry.
Right. Go ahead.
We know that more people die from air pollution each year than what did from COVID in 3 years, and that's the problem. Nobody is willing to call air pollution the national health emergency that it is. And why is only the Delhi government accountable? This is a regional problem in North India. This is a huge problem now in Mumbai and Maharashtra. Why aren't other governments stepping up? Is there no government in Haryana and UP and Rajasthan? Nobody is stepping up. Nobody is talking about this problem, which impacts over 1 billion people in India.
Right, absolutely. It's not just a Delhi problem. It's across so many cities in India. And yes, we need more accountability. We need citizens also to be aware and for it to be a major political issue. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. In other news now, a Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has written to the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman urging her to link insurance premiums of vehicles to the number of traffic violations recorded against the vehicle. He said this would deter traffic violations and also improve road safety. It would make drivers more responsible. Earlier we spoke to Ishika for more.
He has proposed this financial deterrent, in fact saying that those in fact who have a history of violations when it comes to the traffic rules, they should be they should be asked to pay more in terms of insurance. So they should be asked to pay more in premium insurance is what he has proposed, and he has said that if if this is done, then this will be promoting more responsible driving behavior, and which ultimately would be bringing down the number of road accidents. He in fact in his letter has also said that this is already in fact practical in in the countries like US and European countries, and thus it is something that even the government of India should consider. So certainly after this what is the opinion of the people here, that certainly will be important, and also what response comes from the ministry, that is also something that we still wait for. Over to you.
The Himachal Pradesh government will be mandating names and addresses of operators, proprietors and managers to be displayed at all food establishments across the state. Now, this comes after the Yogi Adityanath-led UP government on Tuesday passed a similar order directing food outlets to display name of their owners, taking cognizance of recent incidents of spitting and mixing of urine in eatables. In fact, surprisingly, the state minister Vikramaditya says that they're taking a cue from the UP government government steps and have ordered a similar step be taken in Himachal Pradesh.
जिस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में भी वहाँ पर भी जो रेडी फड़ी वाले हैं खास करके उनके लिए ये मैंडेटरी किया गया है कि वहाँ पर जो है आपको अपना उसमें नाम और आईडी लगाना होगा। तो हमने भी इसको यहाँ पर पूरी मजबूती से लागू करने का निर्णय किया है कि जो भी अपना दुकान चला रहा है, रेडी फड़ी चला रहा है, उसको अपना आईडी, अपना क्लियर आइडेंटिफिकेशन उसमें करना होगा। वैसे भी क्योंकि अब ये स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग कमेटी बन चुकी है तो उससे आईडी दिया जाएगा और वो उनको डिस्प्ले करना पड़ेगा ताकि आने वाले समय में कोई भी अगर ऐसी कोई समस्या आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है तो पारदर्शिता से इस पर कार्रवाई जो है वो करवाई जा सके।
After Uttar Pradesh, we have seen Himachal Pradesh government has also set guidelines for the street vendors. What we have learned from the Himachal government, they have decided that each and every vendor, whether he is operating from the street or he is running any eatery food, he should display his identity, because if there is any incident like in Uttar Pradesh that had happened there, spitting or mixing of a urine with some food, if something happens in Himachal Pradesh, immediately that incident should be taken cognizance, and government will be able to access all the relevant documents of that eatery so that action should be taken. So let's see that how the things will be coming up in the coming days. As of now, we have seen even some of the people, they were asking that there should be priority which should be given to the state residents, but now they say they are not going to form such type of law or guidelines, but this is very clear. They are going to have a meeting with all the vendors and they will issue the identity card so that they will put before their counter and their identity should be on record. And if any incident happens like this, like the way we have seen in Uttar Pradesh, some of the incident had been reported, immediately action should be taken. So let's wait for some time. We will see whether the opposition is going to accept it or not, and whether there is some political reaction of this guidelines which has been set by Himachal Pradesh after following Uttar Pradesh and or not. That is yet to be seen.
Right, news coming in from Chennai, where a plane has caught fire at the Chennai airport. A major accident has been averted. The plane going from Chennai to Dubai, and smoke started coming out from the engine even before takeoff. Dubai Emirates flight was scheduled to depart. In fact, last night on Tuesday night, there were no passengers present in the plane at the time of the accident. The Emirates flight from Chennai International Airport was scheduled to take off for Dubai at around 9:50 p.m. More than 300 passengers were to travel in this flight. After the fire incident, firefighters reached the spot and brought the situation under control. And due to this accident, the flight was delayed by about 2 hours. After this fire incident, the DGCA has ordered an investigation. News from Karnataka now, and another big setback to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A special court in Bengaluru has directed the Karnataka Lokayukta to conduct an investigation into the allegations against Siddaramaiah concerning the alleged irregularities in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority land scam case, or the MUDA case. The judge asked the Lokayukta to file a report on its probe before the court within 3 months, and also directed the competent authority to register an FIR. Now, reacting to the news, the Chief Minister said that he's not afraid and he will see this through legally. This comes a day after the Karnataka High Court had dismissed his petition challenging the sanction granted by the governor to prosecute him in the case.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಎದುರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ತನಿಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಎದುರಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿಯ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೈಸೂರು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ದೂರದಾರರು ಮೈಸೂರಿನವರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೂಡ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
We have with us Karnataka DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, how is the Congress government placed right now with respect to both politically as well as legally with respect to the Chief Minister's probe?
See, we stand committed supporting my Chief Minister. He has done a good job. No doubt the political conspiracy has been going on with the BJP. It is not only for Karnataka, entire country, wherever the opposition parties are there, opposition leaders are there. Starting from me, they have been tackling to everyone. So I think we'll face them legally and politically.
So they've been demanding Siddaramaiah's resignation as well. What are your thoughts on that?
First, let them decide to those people who have already cases in the BJP government. There are various central ministers and various leaders where they have cases against the BJP leaders. Let them first decide about them, then let them speak on us.
So my final question, are you in touch with the High Command?
I'm every day, I'm in 24/7, I'm in touch with my party cadres from village to Delhi level.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was Mr. D.K. Shivkumar talking about how this will definitely not necessitate Siddaramaiah's resignation. They would be fighting this politically as well. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV. We have with us Karnataka BJP Chief, Mr. B.Y. Vijayendra. So thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah vehemently claiming that he will not resign. And what are your thoughts on it? What kind of pressure will the BJP put in terms of moral grounds having him resign?
Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, I was watching his press briefing yesterday. Even after the High Court judgment, even after the observation by the Honorable High Court that prima facie case has been made out in Mysore MUDA scam, and Chief Minister family is beneficiary in this MUDA scam, and Chief Minister has silently supported this corruption case. This is an observation not made by the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is an observation made by the High Court. In spite of this, the claim of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah that he is very innocent, is not corrupt, and is not going to resign on these allegations is very unfortunate. Bharatiya Janata Party, we had raised these corruption issues against the Congress government. We had raised these issues against corrupt Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji. After Governor has accorded sanction, after High Court has upheld the sanction, Governor sanction, Bharatiya Janata Party, we are going to fight it out. We will take it to the streets and we will ensure Siddaramaiah should resign.
He has also mentioned that this is political conspiracy of the BJP as well as the JDS, also talking about how they have made several futile attempts to destabilize the government.
Madam, yesterday's observation made by the High Court, it is a clear indictment against the Chief Minister and Chief Minister family. So even after the High Court judgment, Siddaramaiah, the respected Chief Minister, should stop claiming that he is a non-corrupt politician. He should stop that he is very innocent, because High Court had made a clear remark in its judgment. Probably he has not gone through the judgment properly. So I request Siddaramaiah ji to go through the judgment. He should see the observation made in the High Court judgment and respectfully resign from the CM's post.
So my final question, there is also legal options that are being explored by the Congress government. Will you be fighting it in case they head to the Supreme Court or they head to a larger bench in the High Court itself? What are the BJP's plans? Because the JDS is now looking to go to Lokayukta to ask them to file an FIR, register an FIR and go ahead with the probe.
I don't know what JDS party is doing. As far as BJP is concerned, we are pretty clear on this issue. We can't expect any fair investigation by the Lokayukta police. Bharatiya Janata Party, our demand is proper and fair investigation can take place only by the CBI. So I demand Chief Minister should hand over this investigation to CBI.
So you will fight it at the Supreme Court as well if they go to the...
There is no question of keeping quiet. We will fight it out as long as Chief Minister, till he resigns, BJP is going to fight it out.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the BJP claiming that they will go through with the protest, make it more aggressive, and they will not stop until the Chief Minister resigns. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
All right, let's go across to Pratibha for more on this story. And Pratibha, another major setback for the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today as well, with the Lokayukta now being involved in this entire matter. But the BJP saying that they will not let up and they will continue with their protests and continue with their demand for the Chief Minister to resign.
That's right, because it is a face-off between the BJP and the Congress, and it has been one for quite some time, especially over the MUDA allegations clouding Mr. Siddaramaiah's reputation here. With respect to the case, yes, it has been setbacks in 2 consecutive days. The High Court paving the way for the probe, and today the Karnataka Lokayukta being handed over the responsibility of investigating this and completing or submitting a report within 3 months. And the Chief Minister has been maintaining the stand that there is absolutely no wrongdoing and that he would be fighting it both politically as well as legally. In fact, all the Congress leaders have been suggesting that they would be standing by the Chief Minister there, a very united front that is being portrayed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, also claiming that the High Command is on their side. But in the meantime, the BJP urging Siddaramaiah's resignation on moral grounds. In fact, even tomorrow, they are planning to stage protests in Bengaluru as well as in different pockets of the state. And they have been stating that these protests would continue more aggressively so until Siddaramaiah resigns. While the Lokayukta probe has already been initiated thanks to the court's order today, the BJP has been claiming that there needs to be a CBI probe on this matter. So this is definitely going to go on for a while with respect to this becoming a political flashpoint of sorts. But all eyes are on the legal recourse that the Congress government as well as Siddaramaiah would take in this matter. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with all of the latest developments there. So the crisis there continuing for Siddaramaiah in Karnataka. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Himachal government to mandate display of names on eateries. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya cites the UP government order. Delhi Lieutenant Governor writes to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman proposing financial deterrent for traffic violations, says link insurance premiums to traffic violations. Another setback to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Special Court in Bengaluru has directed the Karnataka Lokayukta to conduct an investigation into the MUDA scam and ask for an FIR to be filed. The Bombay High Court today asked tough questions to the police about circumstances leading to the death of the man accused in the Badlapur rape, who died in custody, saying the police version was difficult to accept.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नज़दीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा? New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed.
Welcome back. Let's focus now on Jammu and Kashmir, where the second phase of polling is underway now till the next half hour for 26 seats in 6 districts. It will conclude at 6 p.m. Security was tightened in the key constituencies such as Rajouri, which along with Poonch and Riyasi witnessed a surge of terror attacks over the last few years. Now the polling percentage, the voter turnout is 54% at 5 p.m. and voter turnout, as we said, 54%. Srinagar did record the lowest voter turnout till 1 p.m. Well, let's go. And some of the big names in this phase of the elections is former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and the BJP Chief of Jammu and Kashmir, Ravinder Raina, who is contesting from the Naushera Assembly seat, as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Pradesh Congress Committee President Tariq Hamid Kara from the central Shalteng seat. Well, let's go across to Nazir Masoodi now for more. And Nazir, so the the second phase of polling also now drawing to an end. It'll finish at around 6 p.m. and so far till 5 p.m. the voter turnout has been 54%, but Srinagar saw very poor voter turnout.
Yeah, exactly. It was sluggish since morning. And I am in Jamia Masjid area of Srinagar, which is downtown area, one of the hotbed of the separatism, stone pelting. But while there have been low voter turnout again, despite no boycott call, in fact, encouraging signs from the Hurriyat leader Mirwais Umar Farooq, who yesterday said that election boycott has lost its relevance. So that was a clear indication that we don't want anyone to boycott elections. Having said that, this, for example, I'll tell you this polling station has 676 votes, only 41 votes have been polled till now. And another polling station here has 1,258 votes, only 168 votes have been polled. And another polling station only 29, there are 4 polling stations in this premises school area. So in the downtown, so very, very low voter turnout. But if we see the larger picture, there was moderate to brisk polling across 26, these assembly segments from south of Pir Panjal in Poonch, Rajouri and Riyasi districts, where we saw brisk polling. And then in Badgam district also a brisk polling for the 5 segments, except some more moderate polling in the Badgam constituency itself, and also moderate to brisk polling in the Ganderbal and Kangan assembly constituencies. As we have been reporting since morning that today voters, more than 25 lakh voters people are eligible to vote in this phase, and they will decide the fate of 239 candidates. Among them, some of the high-profile candidates, Umar Abdullah, who is contesting from 2 seats, Ravinder Raina, BJP, who is contesting from Naushera in Rajouri, Tariq Hamid Kara from Central Shaltang in Srinagar, where Rahul Gandhi also came to campaign for him. So we'll have to say, will that translate into votes today or not? So since there's less than half an hour left, we can say that it has not been encouraging the voter turnout, because people were hoping that this time it should cross 61%, which was in the earlier phase. Because so far this election voter turnout has not matched the voter turnout in 2014 assembly election. Right. That time, despite boycott calls, there was a massive voter turnout, 66% voter turn. But what was most encouraging in this election, whoever voted peacefully without any fear, without any intimidation. I spoke a while back to some Kashmiri Pandit voters in Habakadal constituency. A couple had come. They said they have come without any fear. They came, voted easily. Everybody local who are. As far let me point out. Habakadal constituency, which had a sizable Kashmiri Pandit population, has recorded lowest voter turnout so far, only 15% so far. Srinagar district, 8 constituencies collectively have recorded 27% so far. Idgah constituency is the highest, which is 34%. But if you see overall, it's only 27% till 5 p.m. So it has not been as encouraging as one would like to have. That a good voter turnout, perhaps not even as good as in parliament elections. What are the reasons? Perhaps it is a challenge for the political parties and the election commission. But the good news is the moderate to brisk polling across all the constituencies and the big victory for the democracy, because there's no boycott call. Even those who are boycotting are today participating in these elections.
All right, so there's some positive, points there, Nazir, but worry as the voter turnout's not exceeded the levels of 10 years ago, and Srinagar seeing that very poor voter turnout. Just a few now, around 20 minutes to go for polling in the second phase of Jammu and Kashmir to come to an end. But Rahul Gandhi today in Jammu took a swipe at the central government, where he spoke about how Jammu and Kashmir lost its status as a state and it's a union territory, saying that a state has never turned into a union territory in the country, and how this was injustice to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, that we will fight for Jammu and Kashmir's democratic rights and ensure restoration of statehood.
आपको यहाँ गारंटी देता हूं कि अगर बीजेपी ने आपको स्टेटहुड नहीं दिया तो हम विपक्ष में हैं, हम इंडिया गठबंधन का पूरा दम आपको स्टेटहुड दिलवाने में लगा देंगे। पार्लियामेंट का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, लोकसभा का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, राज्यसभा का, सड़कों में उतरेंगे और हम आपको जो आपका हक है वापस दिलाएंगे।
And from Jammu and Kashmir, let's switch focus now to the battle for Haryana, which goes to polls on the 5th of October. And the Prime Minister today held a mega rally in Sonipat, where he hit out at the Congress party. And he said Congress means corruption, and taking another dig at the Congress. He says during their rule 10 years ago, the Congress had consigned Haryana to the Mads and the Lals.
जहां जहां कांग्रेस ने पैर रखा, ये काम पक्का, करप्शन, 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 भ्रष्टाचार, 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 भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद। हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार की कोई जन्मदात्री है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है। याद कीजिए, 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, तब क्या होता था? आज जो नए वोटर है ना, 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था। तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया। कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था।
News now from Mumbai, and the Bombay High Court today pulled up the Maharashtra police over the custodial death of the Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde, who died in police custody 2 days ago, asking some tough questions of the police. The court said that there appeared to be foul play and an impartial probe was needed into this entire incident. The court was hearing a petition by Shinde's father, who alleged that his son was killed in a fake encounter, and has demanded a probe by a special investigation team. Akshay Shinde was being taken from Taloja jail to Badlapur on Monday when he allegedly snatched a policeman's pistol and then was shot dead. The High Court also noted that the shootout of Shinde could have been avoided, asking why the police did not try and overpower him first. For more on this story, let's now go across to Anuj. And Anuj, take us through, what the court, some very tough questions for the police. They'll take up the matter again on the 3rd of October. They've also asked for call data of the cops and the driver involved.
Yes, the court has very categorically stated that it is not a question of the court necessarily doubting the credibility of the police, but they want the police to come out clean because they want the truest version of the story to come in front of them next time when they hear the case. Because today, in whatever version they got from the government lawyer who was representing the police here today at the Bombay High Court, there seem to be a lot of loopholes, be it in the timeline, be it in the way the accused Mr. Shinde, who he took the gun and he tried to, in the middle of that scuffle, the gun got loaded and then he ended up shooting one of the police constables on his thighs. After questioning the police overall on all these fronts, the court realized that there are certain loopholes, and for those loopholes to be clarified, an independent inquiry was needed. This is what the government lawyer himself also said. Now, mind you, this matter was discussed in the Bombay High Court after the father of the deceased and the prime accused in the Badlapur case, he reached out to the Bombay High Court saying that it was a fake encounter and it was done with a political motive. And that was another big point from the hearing today. The lawyer, who was the petitioner's lawyer, stated that the petitioner, who's the father in this case, has very categorically stated that his son was not capable of taking a gun and trying to shoot it at the police officers. And whatever has transpired a couple of days ago, from Taloja jail to where this incident took place near the Mumra town, is all a political ploy. Although the court did not really entertain this and said that it would be great if the lawyers stick to what the agenda is, but then this is again becoming a very important point, because it's not just the opposition that is coming down heavily on the government for this, but it is also several the supporters of the government who are putting up banners, who are putting up posters across the state, giving credit to the Deputy CM, who's also the Home Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, and to the Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde, who hails from Thane himself, giving them credit for this particular encounter that took place a couple of days ago. So it will become interesting to see how the opposition deals with this, especially with elections just a few weeks away from now on.
All right, Anush, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments. Well, moving on to other news now, and politics over the Waqf board and the joint parliamentary committee that has been put in place, now raising concern over the submission of nearly 1.25 crore feedback to the joint parliamentary committee scrutinizing the Waqf bill. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey called for the Home Ministry-led probe into the sources of these submissions, claiming that it could even be intervention of external forces, including the role of ISI in China. He said a probe must cover the possibility of roles of fundamentalist organizations, individuals like Zakir Naik, and foreign powers like ISI in China, as well as their proxies, is what he's written in his letter directed to the JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal. Now, the Congress hit back, saying this was a mockery of democracy and that in a country of 140 crore people, 1.25 crore letters are causing the BJP discomfort.
ऐसा है, देखिए, जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री का फंक्शनिंग का बारे में मैं नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि हमने जब जेपीसी बनाया तो उनको एम्पावर किया गया है। अब कितना मेल किस परिस्थिति में और कैसे भेजा है वो जेपीसी ही देखेंगे। हम तो सहयोग करेंगे, जेपीसी का हम सहयोग करेंगे। जेपीसी से हमने अभी रिपोर्ट लिया नहीं है। ये जेपीसी के अंदर में क्या हो रहा है वो मैं अंदर जाकर के छानबीन नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि वो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमने जेपीसी बनाया और जेपीसी कुड एम्पावर्ड जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी है, उनके रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम फिर देखेंगे। बाकी जो है वो उनका अपना अंदर का बात है।
ये एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस ये कर रही है पूरे देश में कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है। बीजेपी इसको ऐसा बता रही है कि ये गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी है, तो ये एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है, नंबर वन। दूसरा, एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस और उनके अलाइज की तरफ से किया जा रहा है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के पास देश में 9,40,000 एकड़ जमीन है। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, पार्लियामेंट की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की सेलेक्ट कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट वर्किंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी हो, इन तमाम कमेटीज में जो भी अंदर जो होता है वो हम नहीं बोल सकते। आप मेरे को चाह रहे हैं कि कोई लेटर लिखा चेयरमैन को, वो कमेटी का हिस्सा हो गया। अभी हम उसको कमेटी में बात करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे वो कमेटी का चेयरमैन तय करेगा, हम तय करेंगे।
ये लोकतंत्र के मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, उनको लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं है। अगर इतने बड़े देश में से सिर्फ अगर 1.5% लोग ही अपना ओपिनियन जाहिर करते हैं, इसमें भी इनको दर्द होता है। हर जगह पे जबरदस्ती लोगों को रख के कह रहे थे कि ये व्हाट्सएप पे है, ये लिंक क्लिक करो, ये ईमेल करो। तो हो सकता है बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टों ने जो किया है उसका असर निशिकांत जी को हुआ होगा।
All right, let's shift focus now to the economy, and there's been a surge in gold prices that have hit a record high. Gold prices crossed 76,000 per 10 grams, and according to experts, it's likely to see a further uptick. Sakshi Bajaj reports.
Gold prices have crossed 76,000 rupees per 10 grams. Global gold prices have also hit a record high, and experts believe gold prices are likely to see a further uptick in the near term. So why is this? Well, remember, gold has a safe haven appeal, and in times of rising uncertainty such as the escalation of the tensions in the Middle East, investors are turning to the precious metal. Now, analysts also believe that there is an influx of liquidity at the moment, a strong momentum in both the equity and bullion market, and therefore prices may see a further rise going forward. Remember, RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das had also stated that prolonged geopolitical tensions could pose daunting challenges to central banks going forward, and experts believe those looking at investing in gold should focus on long-term investments.
There's an international trade show underway in Uttar Pradesh, and the Vice President attended this second edition of the UP Trade Show, where Chief Minister Adityanath spoke on how MSMEs are generating jobs.
एक सर्वे के अनुसार लगभग 96 लाख एमएसएमई यूनिट यूपी के 75 जनपदों में फैला हुआ है और ये 96 लाख एमएसएमई यूनिट उत्तर प्रदेश में कृषि के बाद सर्वाधिक रोजगार सृजन करने वाला क्षेत्र है। 2017 में जब उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार आई, तब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने के लिए हम लोगों ने जिन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाया, उसमें वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के रूप में सभी 75 जनपदों का कोई यूनिक प्रोडक्ट होगा और उसके प्रोत्साहन के लिए, उसकी ब्रांडिंग के लिए, उसकी मार्केटिंग के लिए, उसके टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ने के लिए, उसकी डिजाइनिंग के लिए, उसकी पैकेजिंग के लिए हम लोगों ने जिस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाया, वही आज देश के अंदर ODOP के रूप में, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के रूप में देश के अंदर, दुनिया के अंदर जाना जा रहा है।
News now from Kerala, where actor and former General Secretary of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, Edavela Babu, was arrested after being interrogated by the Special Investigation Team probing complaints against Malayalam film personalities in the wake of the Hema Committee report that highlighted Me Too cases and the way the industry was run. He was later released on bail. Babu is facing several charges of sexual assault and rape over a complaint filed by a Kochi-based female actor. The same woman filed complaint against actors Mukesh, Jayasuriya, Manian Pillai, Raju as well. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमाघरों में. कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The second phase of voting in Jammu and Kashmir has ended with nearly 54% voting taking place till 5 p.m. We'll get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The second phase of voting on 26 seats in 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election ends. Voting took place in areas hit by terror spike. Nearly 54% voting took place in Jammu and Kashmir till 5 p.m. Himachal Pradesh government set to mandate display of names on eateries. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya, he cites the Uttar Pradesh order and says that we will do the same in Himachal as well. Delhi LG writes to the Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah and proposes financial deterrent for traffic violations. Delhi LG in his letter said that link insurance premiums to traffic violations. More traffic violations means more insurance costs. Another big setback to Karnataka. Chief Minister Special Court in Bengaluru on today directed the Karnataka Lokayukta to conduct an investigation into the allegations against Chief Minister in the MUDA scam. Asks for FIR to be filed. The Chief Minister says he's not afraid and will fight legally, as BJP says he must resign. The Bombay High Court today asked tough questions to police about the circumstances leading to the death of the man accused in the Badlapur rape, who died in police custody, saying the police version was difficult to accept. The man's father has alleged custodial killing. The court asks the cops to provide call data records of police involved. Politics speaks over Waqf bill after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey flags the high number of letters received by the JPC on this matter. He claims a possibility of role of fundamentalist organizations. The Congress hits back and says that the reaction by the citizens is causing BJP discomfort. But the big story that we are tracking at the top of this are the seconds of voting on 26 seats in 6 districts for the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election. It has ended. Security, remember, it had been tightened in key constituencies such as Rajouri, which along with Poonch and Riyasi, it had witnessed a surge of terror attacks over the last few months. The second phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, it was being held after a gap of 10 years. The polling, it was being held on 26 seats across 6 districts, many of them in areas dominated by separatists. Now, the voter turnout till 5 p.m. Was nearly 54%. And my colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us to get us more on this. Nazir, a very important point that we need to mention here is that a lot of these key constituencies, such as Poonch and Riyasi, they had witnessed a surge of terror attacks over the last couple of months. How did the voting take place there? And from what we understand, 54% of voting turnout till 5 p.m. Is that a good number?
Certainly, that is a good number, given the fact that there has been, this sluggish polling in Srinagar. Until 5 p.m., it was just 27% across 8 seats in Srinagar city. There was no boycott call. What it tells us, it shows that people are either indifferent to elections, or a culture is developed where people have not been identifying themselves with the politics, because there has been a long gap in elections, like 10 years. Before that, it was a separatist-dominated areas. But despite all, whatever the polling was, or it may increase now till the 6 once the latest figures we'll get. This was most peaceful polling I have seen over the last near 3 decades now, since I have been covering elections since 1996. The biggest challenge for the administration, Election Commission, was the withdrawal of the security and the polling staff after completion of polling. It was true about in 2019 and also true about, by-election, parliament by-elections in 2017. So withdrawal was a challenge, but this time there's no such concern. I'm in Jamia Masjid, Navhatta area in Srinagar, which was the epicenter of all the stone pelting and the clashes and violence. But today, whatever polling happened here in these 4 polling booths, it was peaceful. People came out of their own without any fear. I was in Habkadal during the day, which was a neighborhood where large number of Kashmiri Pandits were living before 1990. And when they migrated from there, it is a desolated, area. I saw Kashmiri Pandits coming out and voting and telling me there's no fear. They come out and voted without any fear, and they voted who they wanted to vote. So that is something, though the Habkadal constituency recorded lowest voter percentage turnout, which was just 15%. So in this second phase also challenges now was that will this match the 2014 assembly turnout, which was 66%. So clearly vote percentage has dropped in first phase. Vote percentage has clearly, it appears, has dropped in the second phase. Since the voting has closed, we also have to leave the polling station. That is the norm. So let me leave the polling station, and gates are being closed now. So we have been indicated that we have to leave. So you can see the gates have been closed by the security, because only those people, if a voter comes here and votes, only he can come here and vote. Rest we all have to leave the polling station here. So the voting has ended here. So this is the school, Boys High School and Secondary School, Navhatta in downtown, where we saw less polling but very peaceful polling. That is the beauty of democracy. Whoever wanted to vote, voted. But the good thing is that even those who were boycotting elections in the past were part of the elections, and some said that the relevance of election boycott is there's no more relevance. So clearly the second phase is done. Now we'll have to get up for the third phase.
All right, Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. And the big takeaway from there is that the voting, it has been peaceful. So that is a great news coming from Jammu and Kashmir there. And moving on to our other big story that we are tracking, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he was in Haryana where he conducted a mega rally. He also attacked the Congress and said that Congress means corruption. He said during their rule, Congress had consigned Haryana to damads. He also said that he was on a campaign trail in Haryana where he conducted a mega public rally in Sonepat, and he attacked the Congress, saying the Congress had basically consigned Haryana to its damads and the lals, is what he had said.
जहां जहां कांग्रेस ने पैर रखा, ये काम पक्का, करप्शन करप्शन करप्शन, भ्रष्टाचार भ्रष्टाचार भ्रष्टाचार, भाई भतीजावाद भाई भतीजावाद भाई भतीजावाद। हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार की कोई जन्मदात्री है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है। याद कीजिए, 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, तब क्या होता था? आज जो नए वोटर है ना, 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था। तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया। कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था।
The Himachal Pradesh government, it is set to mandate names and addresses of operators, proprietors and managers, and it is set to be displayed at all food establishments across the state. Now, this comes after Yogi Adityanath-led Uttar Pradesh government on Tuesday passed a similar order directing the food outlets to display the name of their owners. Now, taking cognizance of incidents of spitting and mixing of urine in eatables, the Sukhu government, it is now set to mandate this display of names on eateries. Himachal Pradesh Minister Vikramaditya, he in fact said that he cited the UP order, and he said that he will do the same in Himachal as well.
जिस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में भी वहाँ पर भी जो रेडी फड़ी वाले हैं खास करके उनके लिए ये मैंडेटरी किया गया है कि वहाँ पर जो है आपको अपना उसमें नाम और आईडी लगाना होगा। तो हमने भी इसको यहाँ पर पूरी मजबूती से लागू करने का निर्णय किया है कि जो भी अपना दुकान चला रहा है, रेडी फड़ी चला रहा है, उसको अपना आईडी, अपना क्लियर आइडेंटिफिकेशन उसमें करना होगा। वैसे भी क्योंकि अब ये स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग कमेटी बन चुकी है तो उससे आईडी दिया जाएगा और वो उनको डिस्प्ले करना पड़ेगा, ताकि आने वाले समय में कोई भी अगर ऐसी कोई समस्या आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है, तो पारदर्शिता से इस पे कार्रवाई जो है वो करवाई जा सके।
Well, the Bombay High Court pulled up the Maharashtra police over the custodial death of Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde, who died in police custody. Now, asking some tough questions of the police, the court said there appeared to be foul play and an impartial probe was needed into this particular incident. The court was hearing a petition by Shinde's father, who has alleged that his son was killed in a fake encounter and has demanded a probe by a special investigation team. Akshay Shinde, he was, remember, being taken from Taloja jail to Badlapur on Monday when he allegedly snatched a policeman's pistol and then he was shot dead. The High Court also noted that the shootout of Shinde could have been avoided, asking why the police did not try to overpower him first. The bench it posted the matter for further hearing on October 3rd, by when the police would have to take a decision on the complaint which was submitted by Akshay Shinde's father. They also asked for call records of all the policemen and the driver who were involved. Time now for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux.
Two cappuccinos to go, please.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Raising concern over the submission of nearly 1.25 crore feedback to the Joint Parliamentary Committee scrutinizing the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, he called for a Ministry of Home Affairs-led probe into the sources of these submissions, citing possible intervention of external forces, including the possible role of ISI and China. The probe must cover the possibility of roles of fundamentalist organizations, individuals like Zakir Naik, and foreign powers like the ISI and China, as well as their proxies. This is what the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey wrote in that letter directed to the JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal. The Congress, in the meanwhile, it has hit back, saying it was a mockery of democracy. In a country of 140 crore, 1.25 crore letters are causing discomfort to the BJP. Meanwhile, Kiran Rijiju, he has said that he will read the report and will probe if any need arises.
ऐसा है, देखिए, जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री का फंक्शनिंग का बारे में मैं नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि हमने जब जेपीसी बनाया तो उनको एम्पावर किया गया है। अब कितना मेल किस परिस्थिति में और कैसे भेजा है वो जेपीसी ही देखेंगे। हम तो सहयोग करेंगे, जेपीसी का हम सहयोग करेंगे। जेपीसी से हमने अभी रिपोर्ट लिया नहीं है। ये जेपीसी के अंदर में क्या हो रहा है वो मैं अंदर जाकर के छानबीन नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि वो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमने जेपीसी बनाया और जेपीसी कुड एम्पावर्ड जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी है, उनके रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम फिर देखेंगे। बाकी जो है वो उनका अपना अंदर का बात है।
ये एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस ये कर रही है पूरे देश में कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है। बीजेपी इसका बता रही है कि ये गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी है, तो ये एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी नंबर 1। दूसरा, एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस और उनके अलाइज की तरफ से किया जा रहा है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के पास देश में 9,40,000 एकड़ जमीन है। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, पार्लियामेंट की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की सेलेक्ट कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट वर्किंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी हो, इन तमाम कमेटीज में जो भी अंदर जो होता है वो हम नहीं बोल सकते। आप मेरे को चाह रहे हैं कि कोई लेटर लिखा चेयरमैन को, वो कमेटी का हिस्सा हो गया। अभी हम उसको कमेटी में बात करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे वो कमेटी का चेयरमैन तय करेगा, हम तय करेंगे।
ये लोकतंत्र के मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। उनको लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं है। अगर इतने बड़े देश में से सिर्फ अगर 1.5% लोग ही अपना ओपिनियन जाहिर करते हैं, इसमें भी इनको दर्द होता है। हर जगह पे जबरदस्ती लोगों को रख के कह रहे थे कि ये व्हाट्सएप पे है, ये लिंक क्लिक करो, ये ईमेल करो। तो हो सकता है बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टों ने जो किया है उसका असर निशिकांत जी को हुआ होगा।
Well, for the first time in the history of India, it is the government who had consulted by and large all the sections of society, and almost 1.4 crore submissions had been received to the JPC regarding the Waqf Board Amendment Bill. Now, it is first the charge that had been levelled by Nishikant Dubey that there are maximum of the suggestions that had been received from international rackets. There are submissions that are in one language, and that conspires to an international sabotage. That also had led, and the letter written by Mr. Nishikant Dubey to the JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal, it said that this is entire process to demean or downgrade the image of the country, and this needs to probe. MHA should be probing in this entire suggestions that had been received, and also the demand suggests that there should be information that should come out in open as to what and who the source of these suggestions are. Now, on this other side, the Congress had stated that the Bharatiya Janata Party is rattled on the amount of submissions that they have received, and they had made a mockery out of it. Kiran Rijiju, Minority Affairs Minister, had clearly stated that this is in the history of India that such a large amount of consultation and an extensive consultation had been done throughout the country. Of course, they cannot comment on the JPC probe which is going because it's an independent body. On September 20, what our sources had been stating to us that there were several MPs who referred to Zakir Naik's name in the meeting that was held inside the Parliament complex, to which there was heated argument that went on between the BJP MPs and the opposition MPs. It was Suddin Owaisi who also raised voice when Zakir Naik's name was raised, and later it was Jagdambika Pal who settled the debate out between the BJP MPs and the opposition MPs. Of course, the government's point of view is to have wilder consultation, but because the suggestions are huge in numbers and that was not expected by the JPC in itself, from where the source has arrived, Nishikant Dubey had leveled charges and demanded an investigation into it.
All right, we'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
आप I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of
Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, he has proposed a radical plan to check traffic violations. He has written to the Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah and has proposed index-linked insurance premiums in order to deter traffic violations and improve road safety. Now, in simple words, what it means is that Delhi's LG, he has proposed an innovative solution to curb traffic violations and improve road safety in India. He has suggested that insurance premiums be linked to the number of traffic violations that are recorded against a certain vehicle. This also means that the drivers with a history of violations such as speeding or reckless driving, they would have to pay a higher premium. Now, there are few alarming statistics to this particular idea. India, remember, has seen over 4.37 lakh road accidents in 2022, resulting in approximately 1.55 lakh fatalities. Now, overspeeding, it accounted for nearly 70% of these accidents. Vehicles with multiple traffic violations have a 40% higher risk of being involved in fatal crashes. Now, the big question is, has something like this implemented in other countries, and has it worked? Now, similar measures, they have been successfully implemented in the United States as well as in many European countries. Now, this approach, it aligns with the global best practices and positioning India as a leader in road safety initiatives. Also, let's try and understand what might be the key benefits if something like this is implemented. Number one is the financial deterrent. It acts as a financial deterrent. This approach, it would encourage responsible driving behavior, reducing accidents and saving lives. It is also to do with risk-based premiums. Insurance costs would align with the actual risk posed by the individual drivers. And there is also going to be a reduced burden on the insurers, which basically means that frequent claims would decrease, making insurance management more efficient. But the big question is this a good idea or an impractical idea, and will financial deterrence work? Now, that is something that we are trying to understand from the viewers themselves. We'll also be having an expert to get us a better understanding of what this policy might be and what can be, what are the technicalities involved here. But let me first go across to my colleague Ishika. Ishika, break it down for us. Is there a timeline for implementing a policy like this? And there is a big concern that this can affect and impact low-income drivers. What are the people saying there?
Well, Osama, firstly, this is a proposal that has been put forth by the Lieutenant Governor of the National Capital, where he, in fact, has urged the Union Minister here to, in fact, link the, the insurance of the vehicle to the number of, the violations that have been registered against the vehicle. Now, what is the basis of this? Well, Lieutenant Governor has, in fact, said in his letter that as per the study by the World Bank, what it has been shown there is that, the vehicles that have more than 3 challans in a year, their involvement in road accidents was quite high. And that is why, such a step can be a financial deterrent and thus, promote responsible behavior, among the drivers here. Now, currently, first, let me tell you that we are present here, at the border which leads to Faridabad here, and you can see that right now we are trying to show here, and just a few moments ago we were also seeing that the vehicles in fact were driving on the wrong side of the roads. In fact, we are also trying to show you where in fact you will see that on this particular flyover, the autos are also not allowed, and that also is in fact going towards towards the flyover. And just a few moments ago we also saw the cars that were driving on the wrong side of the road. Many of, in fact, here the drivers were not even driving with helmets in their hands. In fact, we are showing you currently, you'll see that how, in fact, even the autos are going to go on the flyovers, even though that is not permitted, and that is very well mentioned in, in the board that that is present there. So certainly right now we are seeing, even here you can see those who are on cycles, they are coming right now on the, on the other side of the road just a few moments ago. In fact, I'll ask my camera person to, to come closer and in fact to try to show you more visuals here of the traffic violations that we are trying to get you from the ground here. This is, this is the place that is in fact used by a lot of people, because here, from here, the traffic goes from Delhi to Faridabad, and here many in fact, openly flout the rules here. So we are currently trying to show you the visuals here. Currently we are seeing that the traffic load has also in fact lessened. That is why you're not able to see much traffic right now. But just a few moments ago, we also saw the cars, in fact, driving on the wrong side of the roads. People, in fact, going without helmets. They were driving their scooters, their bikes and autos, going on the flyovers, despite, it being certainly mentioned here that that is not allowed. So here as well, on the ground as well, we are trying to show you that there are traffic violations that are happening. So keeping all that in mind, the Lieutenant Governor has put this proposal in front of the Union Minister. But will that be accepted, and what will be the ministry be thinking about this? All of that is still awaited here. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thank you very much for getting us the latest from the ground. In fact, I'm also joined by Anurag Kulshresht, a road safety expert, also the president of TRACS, Road Safety NGO. Sir, my first and the most obvious question to you is, how do you think this policy will impact the daily life of all the commuters and people who travel on a daily basis? And are people willing to pay higher premiums for traffic violations?
Well, Osama, first of all, I'll just give you a brief about the traffic pattern and the accidents, especially in Delhi, if we are discussing about this. Yeah. In Delhi, 50% motorcyclists are dying and almost 50% pedestrians are dying. Pedestrians, they don't have any financial implications. Two-wheelers, they are believing in third-party insurance that is 1,000, 1,200 or 3,000 rupees. And moreover, they are without insurance, they are flying over roads. That is more than 40%. So I don't know, are these, whatever the discussion is going on, it's about the cars, trucks, buses. Will they be really stopping or reducing the accidents in Delhi? Such type of deterrent. And second thing, we are just copying the rules and regulations imposed in developed countries. But have we compared ever to what type of deterrent they are having? In foreign countries, like in developed countries, if there is a single challan, means half-month salary reduction, half-month. Second challans, almost full month salary reduction. And third challan, your license cancelled. Right. This type of deterrent, if we are having, like our common salary in India, it's 15,000 to 20,000, and we are paying just 5,000 or 2,000 only. And apart from this, as per the law of probability of catching is very low. Lakhs and lakhs are vehicles on road, and hardly there's a challan of around 5% community. Every month, every year even, Delhi police is increasing the number of challans. And interestingly, 75% nationally, these challans are unpaid, which done basically through digital modes. We are changing our modes from active challaning to passive challaning, and where number of states, they are waiving off these challans. I don't know what is the mentality behind.
All right. Is it practical in its true sense? That is also one of the big questions. And considering what you have said, I'll try and get a sense of what the general public they have to say. I'm currently joined at the moment on the phone line with Nikhil. Nikhil, what do you think? How do you think this policy will impact your daily life? And are you, as a citizen, as a vehicle owner, are you willing to pay a higher premium for traffic violations?
Hi, thank you, and thanks for joining me in. I think, first of all, the problem of this traffic in Delhi is tremendous. The moment we step out of the house, we are on the roads, we see it is an absolute chaos. And I think the LG has just accepted that the Delhi police has failed in managing the traffic situation. And see, active challaning, they cannot do, they are not doing. It's an absolute chaos. Secondly, if this deterrence is there, which should be, I think people will be deterred and they will, somehow be kept in check. And I think I'm totally okay with it if this implement.
Okay, all right. I'm also joined by another caller, Venkatesh from New Delhi. Venkatesh, do you believe that this is going to be a big deterrent? What do you think? Is it going to create awareness? Is it going to reduce the number of road accidents that take place? What do you think? What are your views?
I think first of all, the main basic thing they have forgotten, the problems we are facing everyday commuting in Delhi is really nightmarish and horrible. There are everywhere potholes. And what is the work of the traffic police? I have been staying in Delhi for 35 years. I never see a single traffic police standing near the red light. They are either hiding behind some poles to see that somebody is violating the rules, or they are just letting go easily with whatever the avenues they are having. Okay, that is really fine that if somebody is violating the rules, he has to be fined. But basically, why should somebody violate the rules if the police are always on the red light or wherever they have to be? There is a strict rules that e-rickshaw should not ply on the ring road. But I have seen myself daily commuting that e-rickshaws very much are moving on the ring road and police are just standing and violating. So naturally, a man who is driving a car changes the lane, sometimes violates the rules, and here is the violence, whatever the challan we are getting. And as far as the challan is concerned, whenever I get an SMS, if I violated rule, I pay. But most of the time I don't get it.
Okay.
So that things they have to streamline before creating some threatening things to the commuters. I pay my GST, I pay road tax when I purchase a vehicle. Still, if I have to pay violation because some system is not working, then that's the wrong thing.
Okay. All right, Venkatesh, thank you for your views. I'm also currently joined by Mr. Berry from Noida. Mr. Berry, you heard our previous caller. He was mentioning about the systemic irregularities that we face on a daily basis on the streets. Is that one of the reasons why you feel that a policy like this will not be as effective? What are your views? All right, we'll try and connect with Mr. Berry in just a short while from now. But talking about road safety, the LG has mentioned that rash drivers, they must pay higher premium. Is that effective way to curb to bring in better road safety measures? Is actually one of the big questions. I also want to ask Mr. Kulshrestha, do you feel what role can the public? The awareness campaigns can play here. Apart from such policies being implemented, do you feel there is a need of better way to create awareness other than creating a policy and implementing it like this?
Well, Osama, if I'll discuss about the road safety matters. First, we have to make our departments or our PWDs or CPWDs and authorities make accountable. Very meaningfully, I am saying almost 90% of the infrastructure in Delhi, that is the crossings, mergings, cuts, these are faulty. And this is basically the entire infrastructure is pro-accident and pro-violation. This infrastructure is forcing us to do violations.
Okay.
Second thing, there's no traffic management by traffic police anywhere in India. They are just doing the regulation job or the challaning job through digital media, digital operations. They don't know how to manage the traffic. And even as LG has already mentioned about the lane driving in Delhi, I'm claiming if any driver in vehicle, that is a HMV, if that driver can move from CP to Qutub Minar in a lane, I will provide 1 lakh rupees to every driver because infrastructure will never allow to move in lane. We don't know the definition of the lane marking in Delhi and India even. And this is I'm very meaningful about it.
Yeah.
In lane marking or lane discipline is the only solution for road safety.
Okay.
But
Let's try
nobody is focusing on lane driving and infrastructure.
All right, let's try and understand this from our viewers as well. I'm currently joined by Kamala Ravi Kumar from Chennai on the phone line. Kamala Ravi Kumar, do you think this policy will reduce accidents, and does it also have to do with the kind of infrastructure, the road infrastructure that we have?
Yes, basically the way the RTO issues driving license is very lopsided. I mean, even a child can get a license sitting at home. If you are associated with a driving school, you don't need to even go for a driving test in India. You can just get a driving license sitting at home. That is ridiculous. They have to be stringent in the way they issue driving licenses in India. In Western countries, you have to pass through a very rigorous test to get a driving license, whereas in India, it's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
And also the way the roads are structured, I mean, we need to have better roads. I mean, we are all taxpayers here and the roads are full of potholes. I mean, how does a person drive? It's like a hurdle race driving on a road in India. Lots of problems like these, you know. First of all, the issuing of licenses, the condition of roads, and lane discipline, as the gentleman just mentioned. People don't want to follow. There is no discipline at all it's road rage. People think survival of the fittest is happening on roads here. If you are able to survive on the road, you are able to drive fast and overtake everyone. You're a great driver is what everyone thinks.
So,
I mean, this doesn't happen.
All right. We'll also try and get views of another caller, Raghuram. He joins us on the phone line from Bengaluru. Raghuram, firstly, are you willing to pay a higher premium for traffic violations? And what do you think about this proposed policy at the moment?
See, at the outset, I feel there is nothing wrong. Okay. If we make some mistake or some violations, we should pay for it. As a citizen, we should pay for any mistake or any wrong we have done. Okay. But regarding this rule, I feel whether it will be possible to implement it or not. That is the question. I feel, you see, the government is trying to shift its responsibility from managing the traffic from one agency, that is the road transport, RTO or whatever it is, to an insurance company.
Yeah.
Whether in implementation, whether it will work or not, I have my own doubts.
Okay. That's in fact a great point that we'll try and get the views of another caller, Shivats, who joins us from Bengaluru. You heard the previous callers talking about how this is in a way shifting responsibility from your own, from yourself onto the insurance companies. Do you think that is in fact the case here?
I think it's a good idea, okay, by the LG of the Delhi to actually, penalize people who are, habitual offenders. Okay, see, actually in India, what really, makes things work is, it should pinch your pocket. That's a wonderful idea. But I think on the implementation side, okay, I have a little bit of a different take. I think in India, okay, a policeman can never be trusted to actually manage the traffic, okay? So we need to get onto the technology. You have nowadays, okay, artificial intelligence, okay, cameras, all available, okay, throughout. And you should be able to enforce the law through technology and remove the policeman out of this equation. Okay, the more technology you bring, the more enforcement you bring in. See, the moment somebody violates a lane or somebody is actually, driving without a helmet or without a seat belt or breaking the lane discipline, immediately the camera should be able to detect the plates and then directly link it to the insurance and penalize this, the vehicle. That's the only way it should work. And I think it's a great idea, but only thing is, okay, this requires significant amount of technological investment, and I think we should go ahead because you are not going to put all these vehicles off the road, okay? It's not, it's the number of automobiles in India is exploding in every city. That's a reality, and automobiles are like, ATMs for government, okay? They also earn a lot of money, okay, through GST on various services, whether it's a repair or a thing. But I think we need to get into this, technology for enforcement of this road. It's a wonderful idea by LG.
Okay. I've got another caller from New Delhi, Soumya, who joins us on the phone line. Soumya, we heard the previous caller talking about how this is a good idea, and bringing in more technology might bring a systemic change onto better road safety measures. But just bringing in more technology, do you think that's a good idea? But it's also a responsibility for the people on the road who are driving. People, their behavior needs to be that needs to change dramatically in order to make sure that our roads are safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Behavior plays a very important role, but I think that law enforcement needs to be really very strong in our country, because I live in New Delhi. There's a lot of traffic all the time, and people don't follow rules at all. But if there will be large penalties, as those that are there in the foreign countries, people will be scared of losing their money, and because of that, they'll follow the rules. So I think I have observed this very closely, that when there are, something related to money, then people definitely follow the rules with full intention. Otherwise, what happens is, even if a single person is right, but he sees 5 to 10 people doing the wrong thing, so he also then starts feeling that, nothing is happening to them, then why should I follow the rule? And he also then starts behaving like those other 10 people. But if there will be penalties, big penalties and good law enforcement, and money will start getting deducted, I think then only people will start following the rules very seriously. And accident rate has increased so much in our country, and to control that, this is the only way, I think.
Okay. In fact, I've got another caller on the line, Mr. Pulak, who joins us from Kolkata. So, do you think, by increasing the amount of these fines, do you think that's a deterrent? Because a lot of how do you think this policy will impact low-income drivers who might struggle with increased premiums here?
During the root cause of road fatalities, the most of our cars manufactured with all government permissions do not have basic safety features, excepting or some very high-priced models. Excepting on them, most of the ordinary cars which are purchased in bulk by the large purchasers do not have the basic safety features like airbags. Very few. Only recently some have started advertising that in their middle-sized model, some airbags coming up.
Okay, all right. We heard all your views. In fact, this has been the story for many years, despite a lot of implementation of better policies, better awareness for the users. There is always a big concern that these accidents, they keep happening, and there is no end to traffic violations. Something like this, a policy like this, is it actually going to affect the people of the country, and is it going to act as a deterrence? Is it a good idea? Or is it an impractical idea? We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining, Mr. Kulshresht, and we'll step into a very short break at the moment. We'll be back with more.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com
feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370.
Another big setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A special court in Bengaluru today has directed the Karnataka Lokayukta to conduct an investigation into the allegations against the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam case. It has asked for FIR to be filed. The Chief Minister has said that he is not afraid and he will fight this out legally, even as BJP has said that he must resign. Politics speaks over Waqf bill after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has flagged the high number of letters received by the JPC on the matter. He has seen the possibility of the role of fundamental organization The Congress has hit back, saying the reaction by citizens is causing BJP discomfort. Bombay High Court today asked tough questions to police about circumstances leading to the death of the man accused in the Badlapur rape case, who died recently in police custody, saying that the police version was difficult to accept. The man's father has alleged custodial killing. The court has asked cops to provide all data records of police involved. The second phase of voting on 26 seats in 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir ends today. In fact, voting took place in areas that were hit by terrorism spike. Nearly 54% voting was recorded till 5 p.m. Meanwhile, Delhi LG has written to Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah proposing financial deterrent for traffic violations. The Delhi LG has said that link insurance premiums to traffic violations is a good suggestion, and he has also said that more traffic violations, more insurance costs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. In a major setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the High Court dismissed his petition challenging the governor's sanction for his prosecution in the alleged MUDA site allotment scam yesterday. And today, the Special Court of People's Representatives has instructed the state's Lokayukta to probe the CM's role in the MUDA controversy, which now opens the door for investigating agencies to proceed against Siddaramaiah, potentially jeopardizing his position. Now, the BJP has already called for his resignation and has demanded a probe by the CBI. Siddaramaiah, meanwhile, has expressed his readiness, his willingness to face the investigation after a trial court's directive to file a police case against him. The order was issued based on a complaint by an activist, Nemai Krishna, regarding the MUDA case. So does this episode mark a black spot in the career of Siddaramaiah? How will it impact how people of Karnataka see the Chief Minister? Should he be stepping down? This is what we will discuss. We will be joined by a panel of experts, but first let's look at some reactions.
We have with us Karnataka DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. So thank you so much for joining us. So how is the Congress government placed right now with respect to both politically as well as legally with respect to the Chief Minister's probe?
See, we stand committed supporting my Chief Minister. He has done a good job. No doubt the political conspiracy has been going on with the BJP. It is not only for Karnataka, the entire country, wherever the opposition parties are there, opposition leaders are there. Starting from me, they have been tackling to everyone. So I think we'll face them legally and politically.
So they've been demanding Siddaramaiah's resignation as well. What are your thoughts on that?
First, let them decide to those people who have already cases in the BJP government. There are various central ministers and various leaders where they have cases against the BJP leaders. Let them first decide about them, then let them speak on us.
So my final question, are you in touch with the High Command?
I'm every day, I'm in 24/7, I'm in touch with my party cadres from village to Delhi level.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was Mr. D.K. Shivkumar talking about how this will definitely not necessitate Siddaramaiah's resignation. They would be fighting this politically as well. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Yesterday's observation made by the High Court, it is a clear indictment against the Chief Minister and Chief Minister family. So even after the High Court judgment, Siddaramaiah, the respected Chief Minister, should stop claiming that he is a non-corrupt politician. He should stop that he is very innocent, because High Court had made a clear remark in its judgment. Probably he has not gone through the judgment properly. So I request Siddaramaiah ji to go through the judgment.
Okay, joining us now is Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, who is the spokesperson of the Congress party. We have Vijay Prasad, who represents the BJP. We also have B.S. Arun, who's a senior journalist and also the former deputy editor of Deccan Herald, Bengaluru. Well, starting with you, Bhavya, first of all, thank you all of you for joining me. Bhavya, how do you see yesterday's decision by the court, and of course today's special court of the People's Representative has also instructed the state's Lokayukta to conduct an inquiry. So clearly the doors for investigation are open now. Siddaramaiah has enjoyed, a flawless reputation all these years with respect to corruption. But of course, there's a scrutiny now. There is, he has come under cloud. How is your party looking at this? Because your party was firmly saying that there's nothing that has gone wrong. But the court saying that at least, there is scope for inquiry does mean that this is a setback to the Chief Minister.
I'm surprised that even as a president of a political party, Vijendra is not aware of the difference between investigation and the prosecution, right? The court has very clearly said the investigation will go on, but not the prosecution. It's very clear. And most of the channels have been saying the court has given permission for prosecution. That's totally wrong. The court has very clearly said they are not giving permission for the prosecution. This is an investigation. Chief Minister has released a statement saying he will talk to the legal experts and the cabinet ministers and then, inform what will be the next course of action. And there is no question of resigning. The Chief Minister has given a complete statement. And this is like, there are so many cases against the BJP leaders and the JDS leaders where it's the similar cases. They don't even speak about it. They won't even ask for the resignation, even when the court gives permission for prosecution, whether it is Kumaraswamy or, the governor.
But let me also ask you another question. Yesterday the court actually pointed out that no fault can be found with the governor exercising independent discretion to pass the impugned order. So that clearly in some ways vindicates the stand of the BJP that the governor was right, whereas the Congress party called him an agent of the RSS and all of that. Doesn't that, isn't that one thing that basically says that the BJP was right and, the Congress party was wrong in this aspect?
We have faith in law and order. We have faith in the justice system of this country. The governor's position was misused, and we will make sure that, whether we will appeal for the Supreme Court or the two-judge bench in the High Court, we will make sure we will fight for our right and make sure that, just like how in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Jharkhand, how they are misusing the position of governor, that will not be allowed to do in the state of Karnataka. This is not the first time BJP is doing this, right? Yes, the court might have said the discretionary power of governor has been used and it's right and all of it. But the law of the land is the same for everyone. The Chief Minister has a right to appeal against this court's ruling. And as soon as he consults the legal experts, we will.
Yes.
But it's not acceptable. Yeah. And this is not the first time. They're setting a precedent. And we're not going to let them do that in Karnataka. Right. Like to misuse the position of governor.
Right. Vijay Prasad, why is the BJP demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah? That's what the Congress is asking, because he faces the possibility of investigation or even the possibility of being booked for corruption as the investigation proceeds. He can even be summoned for questioning, but he's not a convict yet. So there have been precedents of chief ministers continuing with their position. Still, they actually get into jail or they get arrested or detained. Why is the BJP really insisting on a CBI probe and also his resignation?
Yeah. See, very good evening, Vasudha. See, if you, I think we need to delve into the facts of the case that has been put forth by the Honorable Court. I would like to substantiate few of the points which will add to the reason for us asking for the resignation of the CM if he has the moral. Okay. So let me put you one point. See, he calls himself leader of working class and middle class. Okay. The court has clearly observed that the chief minister who calls himself as the leader of the working class and the middle class should not shy away from any investigation. Beneficiary of 56 crores is the family of this chief minister, who is the petitioner in this case. So the investigation becomes necessary. That is one thing. The second thing which court has carefully observed is the undue advantage. So for the previous point, I would like to refer to the page number 191 of the judgment. Let us go to the second point, which really necessitates the resignation of this chief minister. Chief minister has taken undue advantage. The family of the petitioner has obtained undue advantage by relinquishing the land in Kesare Grama, which is 40 kilometers away, and gaining a land in the upscale Mysore city, page number 185 of the judgment. And as far as the facing of the investigation is concerned, if it was a common man, the common man will not shy away from the investigation. He will face the investigation. Okay, and there are certain points of which the CM has clearly said, okay, we have not done this, we have not done this. See, in this case, CM Siddaramaiah, who is the petitioner, has clearly taken the undue advantage of his position.
Okay, let me take that question to P.S. Arun.
One more.
I will come back to you in a bit. Let me.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more. So it ends my the point of argument. The other point which the court has clearly clarified is the Congress kept on saying that the Raj Bhavan has become BJP office. The governor has become the agent of BJP. So in the order, the court has clearly said. The order of the governor has not spring like.
Yeah, that's what I asked Bhavya also. Let me get a response from B.S.
The
Arun.
gubernatorial order does not suffer from want of application of mind.
Absolutely,
there
sir.
There is complete application of mind and abundance application of mind from the honorable
B.S. Arun. How do you see the latest?
We are asking for the resignation of the chief minister.
Okay, sir. B.S. Arun, how do you see the latest developments? And now that Lokayukta is getting into this, and of course, yesterday's whatever the court said, do you think that this might actually cause internal challenges for Siddaramaiah? Because as of now, it looks like the party is in support of him, but there are also allegations that this is also a political conspiracy.
Well, Vasudha, I see it as a second setback in as many days for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. So legally, he is in a spot, and he has to answer several questions. The public representatives court has taken a view and has taken a decision, and as per that, a case has to be registered against Siddaramaiah. And as you mentioned, he will have to be questioned. So this is sort of a setback for any chief minister. And that will call for, as the BJP has already done, the resignation of the person sitting in office. So that is one, looking at it from the legal point of view. Politically, the CLP, the Congress Legislative Party, his high command, have already backed Siddaramaiah. And there is no question of him resigning, at least at this moment. The party will continue to support him, but then, how long it will support. The thing is, as long as the court arguments continue, as long as the decision won't come, Siddaramaiah will continue. If the court gives a decision in favor of Siddaramaiah, he will be the winner. Else, there will be pressure on him. But then it's a question of time.
Right.
Will it take time? I think it's going to take a long time for that. And third one, Vasudha, is the popularity of the chief minister. Politically, yes, he's certainly not in a bad position. Legally, he's in a spot. But popularity-wise, I doubt whether his popularity, which was intact until a few days ago, has taken a beating. I think the unblemished record of the chief minister has taken a hit, has been dented. Although he remains untainted because he has not been still accused. Yeah, he's still a suspect, in that way. So it is not a question of his image getting tainted, but his image getting dented. I certainly feel it has.
That's a very good point. Bhavya, whatever B.S. Arun said and also whatever Mr. Vijay said, would you like to respond to that? Because, it would make sense for a chief minister to step down to face the investigation so that, there is also some sense of moral authority that he has to speak on these cases. Remember, your government came to power on the 40% Sarkara allegations.
Coming to his reputation, I don't think it has taken a hit at all. His reputation was built on social justice, on the policies that he made, and the way it has reached the people. In his previous term also, BJP has tried a lot to tarnish his image with many cases like this. This is just another one. We are very confident that our chief minister will walk out of it without a blemish on his reputation. and it will remain like that. He is one of the few chief ministers, in fact, the only one after Devraj Aras, who has completed 5 full-year term as a chief minister successfully, in fact, fulfilling 98% of the promises made during the elections last time, and this time as well. As soon as we brought the guarantees, we have implemented it. The BJP is not having any issues to go against him. That's the reason they've just come up with this. And we are very confident he will walk out of this without any blemish. And his reputation, like I said, is built on social justice and his policies, and not based on these BJP's allegation or, BJP hasn't built his reputation to tarnish. The people of Karnataka, 7 crore Kannadigas, are with the chief minister. The high command is with the chief minister. The cabinet ministers are with the chief minister. The whole party is with the chief minister.
Okay.
You will, yeah. Thank you.
Vijay, would you like to respond to that, sir? Because, she's clearly saying that it's not just the party, but also, voters still like Siddaramaiah, and the Congress party has also believed that, this is an attack on the Ahinda face, the OBC face, somebody who's non-Lingayat, non-Vocaliga. Do you get a sense that, there is a possibility that, this corruption charges at least may not have that much resonance with the people of Karnataka as the BJP might have expected, or you think that this is going to be the nail in the coffin for the Karnataka Congress?
Vasudha, Congress goes to the any extent to defend the corrupt. Okay, that is there in their DNA. That is there in the DNA. So let them do it. See, but if you see the observations of the court, which has come scathingly heavy downfall on the CM, how they have done it. The CM, the petitioner in this case is the Siddaramaiah, has used his office or the previous power to get the land from Kesaregrama, which is 40 kilometers away from the Mysore central city. So, and the court also observes that the rules have been bended time and again to benefit the beneficiaries of the CM's family. Can you, the court again says
but
that...
Vijay said, the Congress has also said that the beneficiaries are also from across political spectrum. I was looking at, how there are people...
No. In this case, Vasudha, let's talk about the present case. In the present case, can the rules be bended for many common man? See, in lieu, as per the MUDA 1991 rules, okay, 2 sites measuring 4,800 square feet was supposed to be given as a compensation. But instead of 2 sites, they get 14 sites. Instead of 4,800 square feet, they get 38,000 square feet. Can a common man wherein Siddaramaiah calls himself a mass leader of poor people, mass leader of the common man?
Okay.
Can he do the same thing?
Let's get a response from Bhavya. Bhavya, your government came into power in May 2023. Do you think that the Congress government could have, initiated a probe into this 50-50 compensation scheme of MUDA, which has actually come under cloud?
They had, Vasudha, they had...
This was allotted,
Bhavya,
it surprises me the way BJP is actually started this whole issue, because the allotment has happened when BJP was in power, when Mr. Bommai was the chief minister. And they are saying Siddaramaiah could influence the decisions of these this organization. How can the leader of opposition be more powerful than the chief minister? Are they saying like their chief minister is inefficient and was toothless, and the leader of opposition was more powerful?
Okay, we're completely running out of time. B.S. Arun, last word from you, sir. Yes, your last comment, sir. Closing remarks from B.S. Arun. Sir, how do you see this controversy panning out and really, in some ways impacting social, the society of Karnataka socially, electorally? Because, I also keep thinking that how much does corruption in Karnataka have resonance with voters? Because every election is about corruption, but clearly, does it matter so much?
Yes, as you mentioned, last election, Karnataka Congress, fought with the motto of rooting out corruption from Karnataka. They went on a campaign hitting at BJP with all those 40% CM and all that. But then what's happening today is that the Chief Minister himself is embroiled in a case of corruption and irregularities. I think this is the last thing that people who voted for Congress expected expected it from the Congress. To that extent, I think people are some sort of, they're disappointed, disenchanted with this party. But whether that will continue, it remains to be seen, because Siddaramaiah, I still feel, is quite popular. Although his popularity has taken a dent, he's still popular among, and especially among the Ahinda group, the minorities, Dalits, and the backwards. I think that's a big plus point for Congress, and that's the reason why the party, has continued to solidly back him.
Okay, thank you, B.S. Arun, thank you, Bhavya, and thank you, Vijay Prasad, for joining us on this broadcast. The MUDA mystery deepens. Of course, the Chief Minister is under cloud, but of course, it is going to be a prolonged legal battle. We'll get you updates on that as and when they happen. But over to another important story that has come about today, raising concerns over the submission of nearly 1.25 crore feedback to the Joint Parliamentary Committee scrutinizing the Waqf Bill 2024. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has called for a Ministry of Home Affairs-led probe into the sources of the submission, citing possible intervention of external forces, including the possible role of ISI and China. Now, the probe must cover the possibility of roles of fundamentalist organizations, individuals like Zakir Naik, and foreign powers like the ISI and China, as well as their proxies. That is what BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has written in his letter directed to the JPC chairman. The JPC chairman is Jagdambika Pal. And the Congress has hit back now, saying that this is a mockery of democracy. In a country of 140 crore people, 1.25 crore letters are causing discomfort. That is what Congress party has said. Meanwhile, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has said, and I quote, "We will read the report and will probe if any need arises." That is what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister has said, even as politics speaks over the Waqf Bill.
ऐसा है, देखिए, जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री का फंक्शनिंग का बारे में मैं नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि हमने जब जेपीसी बनाया तो उनको एम्पावर किया गया है। अब कितना मेल किस परिस्थिति में और कैसे भेजा है वो जेपीसी ही देखेंगे। हम तो सहयोग करेंगे, जेपीसी का हम सहयोग करेंगे। जेपीसी से हमने अभी रिपोर्ट लिया नहीं है। ये जेपीसी के अंदर में क्या हो रहा है वो मैं अंदर जाकर के छानबीन नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि वो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमने जेपीसी बनाया और जेपीसी कुड एम्पावर्ड जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी है, उनके रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम फिर देखेंगे। बाकी जो है वो उनका अपना अंदर का बात है।
ये एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस ये कर रही है पूरे देश में कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है। बीजेपी इसको ऐसा बता रही है कि ये गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी है, तो ये एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी नंबर वन। दूसरा, एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस और उनके अलाइज की तरफ से किया जा रहा है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के पास देश में 9,40,000 एकड़ जमीन है। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, पार्लियामेंट की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की सेलेक्ट कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की ज्वाइंट वर्किंग कमेटी हो, पार्लियामेंट की बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी हो, इन तमाम कमेटीज में जो भी अंदर जो होता है वो हम नहीं बोल सकते। आप मेरे को चाह रहे हैं कि कोई लेटर लिखा चेयरमैन को, वो कमेटी का हिस्सा हो गया। अभी हम उसको कमेटी में बात करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, वो कमेटी का चेयरमैन तय करेगा, हम तय करेंगे।
ये लोकतंत्र के मजाक उड़ा रहा है, उनको लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं है। अगर इतने बड़े देश में से सिर्फ अगर 1.5% लोग ही अपना ओपिनियन जाहिर करते हैं, इसमें भी इनको दर्द होता है। हर जगह पे जबरदस्ती लोगों को रख के कह रहे थे कि ये व्हाट्सएप पे है, ये लिंक क्लिक करो, ये ईमेल करो। तो हो सकता है बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टों ने जो किया है उसका असर निशिकांत जी को हुआ होगा।
Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Poll action is at its peak, both in Haryana, where the elections are scheduled on the 5th of October, and in J&K, where the second phase of elections was held today. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, speaking in Sonipat today, said that people of Haryana know which government can work towards their progress and development, and they are sensible enough to bring in the double engines government for their own prosperity. He also said voting for the Congress would mean voting for instability. On the Congress front, Rahul Gandhi will begin his campaign in Haryana tomorrow. He'll also be in Hisar and other parts of the state. Meanwhile, the second phase of voting on 26 seats in 6 districts in Jammu and Kashmir was held today. Many important constituencies, several key players there. Voting has ended in J&K. We shall get you all those details. Let's first take a look at J&K polling first. Okay, joining us now is Nazir. Nazir, tell us what exactly, which are the key, who are the key players and which are the key constituencies that actually went to vote today? Because we know that Omar Abdullah is, with both Gandarbal and Badgam, is in the spotlight. But also tell us about the other constituencies that we need to watch out for.
Well, besides Umar Abdullah, who is fighting from two constituencies, and people decided his face today from Gandarbal and Badgam, this Ravinder Raina, BJP state president, who is contesting from Naushehra in Rajouri district, and also Tariq Hamid Karra, J&K PCC chief, he is contesting from Central Shalteng in Srinagar. And this was a mixed bag of things. While it was a sluggish, low voter turnout in 8 seats of Srinagar city, it was high to moderate voter turnout. Gandarbal to Badgam, then Rajouri, Poonch and Riyasi. Riyasi, Poonch and Rajouri, they recorded very brisk polling today. But in Srinagar, it was a disappointment. For example, Habakadil constituency, that by 5 p.m. the voter turnout was around 15%. If we compare it to the 2014 assembly elections, it was 21%. So it is drop in the voter turnout. So same is the situation if we see the larger voter turnout by 5, it was 54%. And last year we have seen the total last elections in 2014, it was 66%. That was the same case in the first phase of assembly elections. So largely we see some drop in the larger, if you see overall vote percentage, but good.
Well, we will try and connecting with Nazir in a bit. Remember that the second phase of voting on 26 seats of Jammu and Kashmir happened today. This is the second phase of elections, and this happened in 6 districts. Many important constituencies, like Nazir was explaining, including Badgam and Gandarbal, which is the family constituencies of the Abdullahs. Remember, Sheikh Abdullah also contested his first election here, and that is where Omar Abdullah is contesting from. One is part of Srinagar and the other is part of Baramulla, which are 2 very important districts in Jammu and Kashmir. We've managed to get Nazir back. Nazir, Nazir, tell us, we're talking about the important constituencies there, and you were also telling us about the voter turnout in Srinagar. Tell us, what do the preliminary numbers say? Has the enthusiasm been up to the expectations?
Well, if we see it in Srinagar district, it was below expectations. It didn't match the expectation, given the fact there was no boycott call. Even rather, Hurriyat Conference chairman Mirwais Umar Farooq, just a day before yesterday, he told Hindu in an interview that the election boycott has lost its relevance. So which was a clear indication to people go and vote. So we can't blame any separates or any group for low voter turnout here. It appears that either people are indifferent or political parties have failed to reach out to the voters in Srinagar city. But when we move out of this urban area, Srinagar city, we see Badgam, it was brisk polling, we see Gandarbal, we see Rajouri, Poonch. They have been traditionally high voter turnout areas. More so in the Poonch, Rajouri areas, which have become the main site of some of the major militant attacks on the army in recent years. Despite security concerns, people in large numbers came out and voted, and Poonch Rajouri is a key to BJP, which they see it a key to their success, and we saw top BJP leaders camping there. Home Minister Amit Shah was there for 2 days, addressed series of rallies. We'll have to see if those rallies will translate into votes for the BJP, even as the National Conference also campaigned very aggressively in that area, which is seen also a stronghold of NC as well. While as in Gandarbal and Badgam, which where Umar Abdullah is contesting, it is a high-stake battle. do or die battle for the national conference, and winning of Umar Abdullah is crucial for the party and Umar Abdullah himself, because he had lost last parliament elections from Baramulla constituency. So he wants to redeem himself. He wants to revive not just his political party, because the way we have been seeing, there are 40% candidates in this election are independent, but in first two phases, as just we could observe, independents have not been able to make a much dent, and votes have gone to the traditional parties here or the established parties here. But one important thing which is remarkable about these elections, in previous elections like in 2014 or by-elections in 2017, parliament by-elections, we had seen withdrawing polling staff and the troops, security forces from polling booths in the evening was the most difficult thing. It was the time when there was a stone pelting, when there was casualties, injuries. This time we see complete peace, complete harmony. Whoever wanted to vote, voted. Who chose not to vote in Srinagar, that was his sweet goodwill. So it is an election which is the victory of democracy and victory of peace as well.
Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those very critical details. The second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir was held today, and it was held across 26 seats. Some very important seats actually voted today, including the constituencies of BJP chief of JNK, Ravinder Raina Nowshera, and also two important seats where Omar Abdullah, the former chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is contesting from. All of them voted today. You will have to wait and see how they voted, and those outcomes will be known on the 8th of October. Moving on to another poll-bound state, the battle for Haryana is hot now. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a mega rally in Haryana today, and he sharply attacked the Congress party, saying that Congress means corruption. He said that during the UPA rule, the Congress party had consigned Haryana to damads and dalals. This was a reference to Robert Vadra. Prime Minister Modi, remember, was on campaign trail in Haryana today, and this mega rally was held in Sonepat, and he made this very critical attack on the Congress party, and he also said that voting for the Congress party would mean bringing back instability in the state of Haryana.
याद कीजिए 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तब क्या होता था। आज जो नए वोटर है ना, 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था। तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया। कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था।
Well, in the Haryana dangal, many voices are speaking up. In fact, JJP's Dushyant Chautala has spoken exclusively to NDTV. He has spoken to my colleague Gurpreet, and he says that he has set eyes on bigger goals. In fact, he is the great-grandson of ex-Deputy Prime Minister Devi Lal. JJP, remember, had won 10 of the 90 assembly seats in 2019, and it was part of the NDA government along with the BJP that had formed the government in 2019 in Haryana.
Dushyant Chautala is holding multiple meetings with the workers also. He is also traveling all over Haryana. We will talk about Haryana politics also. Sir, how do you see the pulse of people in Haryana?
Haryana is now getting into the election mode. Only 10 days left of campaign, and I think it is going to be a very interesting election. Day by day, like last time, every seat is changing. I went to Tigaon today. Last time we got 3,000 votes there. Today there was people in the strength of 4,000 plus. So that shows there is Josh, and I think these are seats which will show surprising results.
Last time you were the kingmaker, and we have seen because of your support, the government was formed in Haryana. So do you think that this time the same political calculation will be
Why do you think it will happen like last time? We are targeting 46. We are working hard. Let's see what numbers we get. And we will decide later. And government under our alliance also can be formed. We have to work hard for that numbers.
Are you going to forge alliance with the BJP? Because you have already said so many times you are not going to forge any alliance with the BJP. Do you have any plan to forge?
We are not thinking of forging any alliance with any of these national parties. We are working hard on our own. We are very clear on what we have to do, and now it is last 11 days left. These 11 days, the harder we work, the better numbers we get.
And how do you evaluate the political parties who are also campaigning, whether it's a Congress, BJP and other political parties? How do you evaluate their campaigning?
Both these political parties have already run the state for 10 years. People have seen MUDA running and taking over 63,000 acres of land from farmers. And those 63 acres was either put under section 4 and 6 of land acquisition and then cancelled. So now state has to decide, and it is very clear neither HUDA is coming in nor BJP.
And you are also traveling in all over the state. How do you see that Dabwali? We have seen Chacha Bhatija competition is going on there.
That is there. Then there is Dada Pota competition, Bhai Bhai competition. I think these are political competition. When your political ideologies diversify, you fight for a symbol, you fight for a flag. And I think for all these, we all have worked very hard, and I think it is a 5-year process where you get to elect your representative for 5 years. And every constituency is going to work very hard. Every worker is going to work very hard for the constituency, and I think get those winning numbers.
How many seats do you expect that these many seats will be?
We'll work hard. We'll get more than two times of what we got last time.
My last question: in Congress, we have seen there is lot of infighting, and so many times we have seen even
BJP is also on the same track. I think that internal disturbance between the two parties is going to crash them.
Dushyant Chautala is going to become the Chief Minister this time?
Who knows? Let the result come in on it.
So, well, we can see this is the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, who is quite confident. He says all the workers and the leaders are working very hard and they are confident they will be able to form the government. But that will be clear once the result will be out. As of now, we have seen even JJP Neta, he seems to be quite confident. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Jeend, Haryana.
So that was former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana, Dushyant Chautala, who was earlier in an alliance with BJP, saying that he's not going to forge an alliance with anybody, even post-elections. Remember, JJP this time was fighting with the Azad Samaj Party, and that was him talking about his chances. Moving on to more ground reports from the state of Haryana. Away from the bustling city of Hisar, voters in the sleepy, rustic villages around the city are all set for the upcoming elections as the afternoon sun heats up the election campaign. NDTV also caught up with voters under the cool shade of banyan trees to understand their concerns, issues and who really has the winning cards in the electoral game of Haryana this time. Here's a special report.
The whole idea is to try and gauge what the voters are thinking. I'm in the Nalwa constituency in Hisar and while I was going, I saw a few gentlemen here just chilling under this tree and playing cards. So who has the winning hand in the politics of Haryana? Let's try and find out what they are playing and what is at stake here. Come. सबको राम राम है जी। क्या खेल रहे हो?
ये रंग बोल होता है जी।
तो क्या माहौल चल रहा है गांव में चुनाव का? रोको ना, अपना बाजी ना खराब करो। जीत गए?
जनता वोट देगी वो जीतेगा।
सो मेरा भी इस बार ये बट रहा है। मैं भी देखता हूँ इस बार क्या बताया था आपने, क्या है इसका नाम? कोर्ट पीस। कोर्ट पीस में भाई लाओ, देख लिए मेरे पत्ते आपने। चीटिंग हो गई है तो मेरे साथ सारे पत्ते आपको चल के पता मेरे कौन कौन से हैं। तो 10 साल से यहाँ पर सरकार 10 साल सरकार बीजेपी की है, तो क्या उम्मीद है नई सरकार से? इस बार कुछ बदलाव की लग रही है या जो सरकार अभी तक है वही चलती रहेगी? क्या समझ आ रहा है आप लोग?
वही चलती रहेगी जी।
आजकल के साइलेंट वोट बहुत है, मेरा कौन कौन किन्ने के देगा? साइलेंट वोट बहुत है। हाँ, डोल खुलेंगे तो पोल खुलेगी।
आपकी मूंछ बड़ी कमाल की है जी।
बहुत बढ़िया।
क्या नाम है आपका?
संतलाल।
है जी?
संतलाल।
संतलाल जी, तो ये मूंछ कब से रखी हुई है आपने?
मैं तो जब सौदे संभाली है 30 साल से रखी, 20 साल से।
20 साल से?
हाँ।
क्या करते हो आप ऐसी मूंछ मेंटेन करने के लिए, ऐसी ताव में जो है?
करते क्या, आप सेवा करते नहीं, मुझसे बनाते हैं। शो है, मुझों की इज्जत है,
शौक है। तो मतलब अगर मेरी मूछ तो है नहीं जी, तो क्या करना पड़ेगा अगर मुझे ऐसी मूछ रखनी हो तो?
आप रखो, फिर बताइए आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा। नाई के पास जाना पड़ेगा। हाँ, हम रोड रहे,
तेल वेल भी लगाना पड़ता है।
हाँ, सारा काम करता है, तेल भी लगाना, सवारी भी करनी पड़ती है।
तो क्या माहौल चल रहा है गाँव में?
काम अच्छा माहौल चल रहा है, बढ़िया।
किसका चल रहा है?
देखो पार्टी तो दो है, कांग्रेस और बीजेपी है, राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, इन्हीं के ज़्यादा चल रहा है। और लोग भी बहुत खड़े हैं,
खड़े तो और
हाँ,
लड़ाई इनके बीच में
टक्कर है कांग्रेस और इसकी बीजेपी की।
साइलेंट वोटर है, जो घरों में वोट है, जो वो वोट डालने जाएंगे तो वो मोदी जी के नाम पे, नायब जी ने जो 56 दिनों में जो काम किया है, जो कांग्रेस सरकार में शायद 10 सालों में नहीं कर पाई, तो इसलिए वो साइलेंट वोटर मतलब कांग्रेस के खिलाफत कर बीजेपी को जिता के निकाला।
ताऊ जी ये बताओ, क्या उम्र है आपकी?
65 साल।
65 साल। आपने तो बतेरे चुनाव देख लिए? गणे तो कौन सा चुनाव सबसे ज्यादा याद है आपको, जिसमें खूब जोर लगा पार्टियों का?
खूब जोर बिंग हुई है।
अभी भी लग रहा है? किसका जोर ज्यादा लग रहा है?
कांग्रेस को लगा।
आप लोगों ने क्या पहले ऐसा भी था कि कुछ लोग आप में से ऐसे हों जिन्होंने बीजेपी को वोट दिया और अब अपना वोट पलटा?
2 प्लान खूब दिए थे हमने।
2 प्लान बीजेपी को दिए।
2 प्लान
हाँ।
और 19 में।
हाँ। बीजेपी को भी तो बहुत ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया हमने।
बीजेपी को वोट दिया?
बीजेपी
आप सबने
दिया, टोटल दिया।
और इस बार वोट पलट रहा है।
हाँ, एप का नेता ही बाजी मारो।
नेता ही भागो ना भागो, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता हमें। वैसे सारे नेता एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, चाहे बीजेपी हो कांग्रेस हो। हमें किसी से कोई मतलब
भाजा था भाई, यहाँ तो वोट कौन मिले तेरे को अब? इस बार तो हारता दिखा जब भाग्या जी, यहाँ से हारता दिखा जब भाग्या। 2-4 आदमियों के गांव की कमांड 2 आदमियों 3 आदमियों के बीच में दे दी, तो उनको ले जो वो
काम हो रहा है और किसी का काम नहीं हो रहा।
Moving on, drugs are a big issue in the district of Sirsa. Being on the border of Punjab, the easy availability of drugs is ruining lives of young people, both in city and villages. Years after years, promises are made by political parties, but nothing really changes on ground. To understand how deep the problem is, NDTV traveled to a village. Take a look at this ground report done by my colleague Ankit.
Early morning in Sirsa, we thought just to get a diverse sample of what's happening in the city, what's the chai pe charcha. We were told that this place, Prakash Coffee, is one of the popular places in the morning. People from all walks of life come here to have their cup of tea and discuss the important issues as far as Sirsa is concerned. So we also decided to come here and to find out what's brewing in Sirsa. Bhai sahab, चढ़ी हुई है आपकी तो बड़ी सारी चाय। ये खट्टी मीठी चाय क्या होती है? लोग ये तो मैंने पहली बार सुना कि खट्टी चाय भी होती है।
खट्टी मीठी तो नहीं होती, मीठी होती है। हाँ जी,
फीकी मीठी।
हाँ, फीकी मीठी होती है।
क्या इतना फेमस है, क्यों आते इतने सारे लोग यहाँ पे?
टेस्ट है जी चाय का।
सिरसा में क्या माहौल लग रहा है?
माहौल तो गर्म है जी पूरा,
चाय जैसा ही।
चाय जैसा, सुबह सुबह जैसा चाय।
उबाल किसके कैंपेन में ज़्यादा है?
उबाल तो कांग्रेस का है जी, गोकुल सेतिया जी का।
कांग्रेस का है?
हाँ जी।
हमने 5 साल दिए गोपाल कर्णा जी को, 5 साल और दिए। वो कहते हैं ना 5 साल शहर को समझने में लगता है, 5 साल काम करने में लगता है, वो चीज़ नहीं मिली। अब गोकुल सेतिया जी को 5 साल देंगे, 5 साल और भी देंगे, क्या पता कुछ निकल कर आए।
युवाओं के लिए यहाँ पर नशा भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा है क्या जी?
बहुत ज़्यादा नशा बढ़ा,
नशा बहुत ज़्यादा फैल रहा है जी यहाँ।
सब अपने अपनी रोटियाँ सेक रहे हैं, यहाँ पे भाषण दे देते हैं लंबे चौड़े से। ना तो कोई शहर में विकास है, ना कोई चिट्टा रोक रहा है, कोई पुलिस विभाग का कोई नहीं है। जुर्म, कोई चोरी करता है, चोरी कर रहा है, उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है। 4 दिन बाद वो छूट जाता है।
सिरसा में जब हम थे तो बार बार लोग बात कर रहे थे कि नशे की यहाँ पर बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। हमने सोचा कि कोशिश करें लोगों से बात करने की, समझने की कि समस्या कहाँ से शुरू होती है और कितनी बड़ी है। मैं एक सिरसा के पास एक गांव में हूँ। क्या नाम है जी आपके गांव का? शाहपुर बेगू गांव में हैं हम इस समय। और हम जिस परिवार के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने अपने जवान बच्चे जो नशा है उसकी उन भेंट चढ़ गए। मतलब वो आपके कितने बच्चे हैं जी आपके?
3 है बेटा मेरे।
3 बेटे थे?
3 बेटे मेरे, 2 गुजर गए,
एक बेटा यो होया भी है ये कमा के तो कौन देश का मन है। मेरा बेटा नशा नशा मेरे बेटे जो तो जुआन गए बेटा हमारा घर ही खाली हो गया।
कौन थे आपके बच्चे? वो मुझे उनकी फोटो है ये बच्चों की?
ये बच्चा की फोटो है, ये देखो ये दोनों बच्चा की फोटो है। एक तो सह रखड़ी का दिन ही।
क्या नाम है इन दोनों?
इसका मोनी नाम है और इसका सुंदर नाम है। मैं क्या करूं बेटा, मेरी जिंदगी झंडे माँ बाप बेटा देख लागे तो माँ बाप बाकी रह के माने कौन कमा के गल है बेटे तो मेरे न्यू गए अगले लोग गए मेरा घर ही खाली हो रहे। मेरा घरे कौन सी लगे 5 मिनट मेरे क्या पर लगे बेटा मेरा एक माची बैठे है और घरे मारे कमानिया को ना चार टाबर है मेरे क्या गलू में मैंने कमा के 2 मेरा बू बैठी छाती पर है।
ये अभी इनकी ये 1.5 महीने अभी तो पिछले महीने का ही है।
पिछले महीने गया है। इसके 2 बच्चे, एक लड़का एक लड़की है। दो बच्चे।
कहाँ पर हैं वो बच्चे? कहाँ हैं वो?
स्कूल में छोड़ के आई हूँ। इसके पेट में पानी मत बीमार रहती है बच्चा को रोटी को बोगे तो कौन देश का जब कमाई कटू कर लेगी बेटा है यह भी बीमार रहे।
ये मैं आपके हस्बैंड थे कब से नशा कर रहे थे वो?
12 महीने 2 साल हो गए।
2 साल से नशा? हाँ। क्या नशा करते थे?
गोली खांदा टिक्का लगांदा।
मतलब इंजेक्शन लगाता?
हाँ टिक्का लगांदा। हाँ पहला गोली खांदा फिर टिक्का लगाने लगा।
गांव में और भी बच्चे ऐसे?
हाँ बहुत है गांव में, हर एक घर में एक बंदा मिल जाएगा, एक बच्चा मिल जाएगा।
अपन आप भी नशा करते हो?
हाँ जी।
कैसे लत लगी आप?
ये संगति में लगी
दोस्तों के साथ?
हाँ।
कितने साल हो गए?
हो गए 7-8 साल हो गए जी।
7-8 साल?
हाँ।
क्या उम्र है भैया आप?
29 साल है मेरी।
ये छोटा है हम छोटा है।
तो कैसे शुरू करा आपने? जब आप दोस्तों के साथ कभी गए कैसे शुरू करा आप?
बस देखो कहता चेक कर लो ऐसे लग गए बस।
इतनी आसानी से नशा मिल जाता है यहाँ पे?
हाँ जी सरेआम मिलता है जी, यहाँ कोई रोक टोक नहीं है, सब सरेआम मिलता है, किसी को कोई नहीं कहता किसी को।
आप क्या इस्तेमाल करते हो, क्या करते हो आप?
अब तो कुछ नहीं करता जी, हाथ नहीं काम करता मेरा एक।
तुम्हारे 2 बड़े भाई थे? हाँ जी। दोनों चले गए इसी आदत की वजह से?
हाँ जी।
तुमको लगता है कभी कि डर लगता है कि मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही होगा?
अब तो डर लगा है, पहला को ला दो जी, अब लगा जी।
आपके हस्बैंड अब नहीं रहे?
हाँ नहीं रहे जी।
कितना मुश्किल है आपके लिए?
बड़ा ही मुश्किल है। मुश्किल सारे बीमार रहना ना टाबर है।
बच्चे हैं आपके?
हाँ बच्चा है।
कितने बच्चे?
एक लड़की है 11
स्कूल में जा रही है।
7 साल का लड़का है।
नशे ने बहुत परिवार बर्बाद किए हैं और उम्मीद कम से कम यही है कि सरकार को इस पे लगातार इस इलाके में, क्योंकि पंजाब के बॉर्डर पे भी पड़ता है, इतनी आसानी से नशा लोगों को मिल रहा है कि एक के बाद एक जो युवा हैं वो इस तरीके से बर्बाद हो रहे हैं। और ये इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है शायद जिसके बारे में सरकारें बदलती रहती हैं लेकिन सीरियसली कोई काम नहीं करता। नशा मुक्त हरियाणा की बात सब करते हैं लेकिन नशा मुक्त हरियाणा के लिए कम से कम नेताओं को ऐसे घरों में आके देखना चाहिए कि कितनी उनकी परेशानियां हैं और किस तरीके से उनका जीवन चल रहा है। कितने ऐसे घर हैं जो नशा कितना ज़्यादा है यहाँ पे?
नशा भाई साहब बहुत ज़्यादा है। 20-30 यंग लड़के हमारे जो चिट्टे के नशे में, टीके, मेडिकल नशा, सुल्फा, दारू लगा लो, दारू घर घर बिकती है जी हमारे।
कई सारे ऐसे गांव में घर हैं जिनमें बच्चों की मौत हो गई नशे के वजह में। तो आपको भी डर सताता है अपने बच्चे को लेके?
तो डर तो लगता ही है भाई, पता नहीं कब मर जाए ना। उनकी शादी होती, शादी करके अगले की लड़की थोड़ी खराब करनी है।
आप लोग चाहते हो यहाँ पर कुछ सरकार की तरफ से मदद, बातें होती है नशा मुक्ति की, मदद मिले, यहाँ कोई नशा मुक्ति केंद्र खुले या कुछ इस तरह का हो?
सर जी हमने तो सरकार को कितनी बार अपील कर दी, सरकार सुनती नहीं ना उनको पकड़ती, क्योंकि उनके पास कमीशन जाता है।
हर आदमी बता रहा है इतना खुले में ये सब होता है, सबको पता है, लोगों के घर बर्बाद हो रहे हैं। और कई ऐसे आपको घर मिल जाएंगे इस गांव में जहां पर नशे की लत है। अभी हम बात करते करते ही लोग बता रहे हैं कैसे उनके बच्चे नशे की इस लत से जूझ रहे हैं। क्यों इस पर कुछ नहीं होता? दैट्स द बिग क्वेश्चन। व्हाई डजंट एनीथिंग हैपन ऑन दिस? पुलिस नोज इट, the local politicians know it. Even then, why is this not being stopped? That's the multi-billion question here. Why is it that deliberately, after knowing all this, young kids, a full generation, is being wasted on the altar of drugs? With my colleague Momin Ankit Tyagi, NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370.
For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Raut. Coming up ahead, a massive controversy over the death of the Badlapur rape accused. The High Court today had some tough questions for the Mumbai police. Also, the second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, a somewhat disappointing turnout, and another setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Bombay High Court today pulled up the Maharashtra police and posed some tough questions over the custodial death of Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde, who died in police custody. His family demands an SIT probe as the court asks for cops' call data. A setback to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Court orders the Lokayukta probe the MUDA scam case against him. Siddaramaiah says he will fight it out legally as the Prime Minister targets Siddaramaiah. Congress is most corrupt. The Karnataka Chief Minister is accused in a land scam. Two phases of elections have been completed in Jammu and Kashmir. A third phase now remains. 54% turnout in the second phase of elections, while Article 370 and statehood remain the big poll issue for voters. Terror-hit regions witnessed a high turnout, while Srinagar witnessed a very disappointing turnout. Himachal Pradesh's Congress government to now copy Yogi's UP model. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya Singh says street vendors and eateries have to display their identification just like they have to in UP, ostensibly to ensure food hygiene. Actor-politician Kangana Ranaut sparks a controversy with her remarks that farm laws should be brought back, while the BJP quickly distanced itself and Kangana apologized. Rahul Gandhi hit out, saying the Prime Minister must explain these remarks. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi hosts India's chess Olympiad champions, celebrating their historic double victory in Budapest. Our top story now, in the Bombay High Court today pulled up the Maharashtra police over the custodial death of the Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde, asking some tough questions of the police. The court said there appeared to be foul play and an impartial probe was needed into the incident. The court was hearing a petition by Shinde's father, who alleged that his son was killed in a fake encounter. Meanwhile, the opposition has questioned posters that have now emerged in Badlapur as well as other parts, which show the Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister holding a gun, hinting that the death was revenge killing for the rape of two minors.
Can a layman unlock a pistol? What happened to the other two bullets? Why couldn't 4 policemen overpower the accused? These were some of the tough questions asked by the Bombay High Court to the Maharashtra government as the court heard a petition on the death of the accused in the Badlapur molestation case. The Badlapur sex assault accused Akshay Shinde had died of a bullet injury earlier this week. Police had claimed that they had fired at the accused after he snatched a policeman's pistol and fired at them. The High Court categorically said that the police version was hard to accept. The court also asked why the policemen did not aim at the leg even if they had to shoot in self-defense. The High Court has now ordered the preservation of the CCTV footage, a forensic report to determine if the bullet was fired at point-blank range, and the call data records of the policemen involved. Akshay Shinde had been arrested on charges of sexually assaulting 2 nursery children inside school at Badlapur. The case had led to massive protests. His father believes that it was a case of fake encounter. Opposition has already raised several questions, including pointing at posters which have emerged which depict State Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister holding a gun and hinting that the death is a case of revenge killing.
मृत अक्षय शिंदे है, उसकी अगर FIR उसके खिलाफ अगर एफआईआर ली जाती है तो उसके पिता की एफआईआर उन पुलिस ऑफिसर्स के खिलाफ क्यों नहीं ली गई, क्यों उसकी जांच नहीं हो रही है? उन्होंने उसके लिए एक्सीडेंटल डेथ रिपोर्ट क्यों किया है? एनएच कोर्ट एफआईआर कोर्ट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है और सरकार ने बोला है उसके बारे में हम हमारे अधिकारियों से पूछ करके हम कोर्ट में 3 तारीख को जवाब देंगे।
The Bombay High Court will next hear this case on the 3rd of October, that is next Thursday. The court has highlighted that they are not necessarily doubting the police here, but just want to know the whole truth. With camera person Shivam, this is Anush Raite reporting from Mumbai for NDTV 24/7.
News now from Karnataka, and another blow to the Chief Minister a day after the Karnataka High Court order in the MUDA case allowing for a probe against Siddaramaiah. The Special Court for Special Representatives has today ordered the state Lokayukta register a case and initiate an investigation. Putting up a brave face, Siddaramaiah said he was not afraid and ready to face any probe, as the BJP said they will continue protesting till he resigns. Pratibha Raman reports.
With the High Court order on Tuesday allowing for an investigation into allegations against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the MUDA land allotment scam, the Special Court for People's Representatives, hearing a private complaint by this activist Snehamai Krishna, has now ordered a Lokayukta probe. The court passed an order to register a case against the Chief Minister in the alleged MUDA scam. It also ordered Karnataka Lokayukta to conduct the investigation and submit a report in 3 months. The Karnataka CM reacted on the court order, saying he's not afraid to face any probe. Meanwhile, the political temperature continued to rise, with the JDS delegation trooping to the Lokayukta demanding the registering of an FIR, even as its ally the BJP demanded a CBI probe. The Congress has decided to fight this both politically and legally. The CM will now move a division bench of the High Court, challenging the order passed by the court yesterday.
We will ensure Siddaramaiah should resign. Bharatiya Janata Party, our demand is proper and fair investigation can take place only by the CBI.
We stand committed supporting my Chief Minister. He has done a good job. No doubt the political conspiracy has been going on with the BJP. It is not only for Karnataka, the entire country, wherever the opposition parties are there, opposition leaders are there. Starting from me, they have been tackling to everyone. So I think we'll face them legally and politically.
The BJP Congress face-off over the MUDA allegations also comes as the two parties clash over the next week's Haryana Assembly election and the ongoing election in Jammu and Kashmir. Will these political ripples in Karnataka have a cascading effect? With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
And the Prime Minister also hit out at the Karnataka Chief Minister during a rally in Haryana, where he hit out at Siddaramaiah and said that the Congress is the most corrupt party, and said the Karnataka Chief Minister is being probed in a land scam.
जैसी स्थिति यहाँ कांग्रेस ने उस समय बनाई थी, आज कर्नाटका में उनकी सरकार है। जरा देखिए, वहां कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। कर्नाटका में दलितों के लिए जो फंड था, उसमें भी कांग्रेस ने घोटाला किया। कांग्रेस से बड़ी बेईमान और धोखेबाज पार्टी देश में और कोई नहीं है।
Raising concern over the submission of nearly 1.25 crore feedback to the Joint Parliamentary Committee scrutinizing the Waqf Amendment Bill, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey called for a Ministry of Home Affairs-led probe into the sources of these submissions, citing possible intervention of external forces, including the possible role of ISI in China. Now, the Congress hit back, saying this was a mockery of democracy, that in a country of 140 crore, 1.25 crore letters are causing discomfort to the BJP. Meanwhile, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju said that we will read the report and will probe if any need arises.
Another war of words over the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Amendment Bill. A letter to the chairman of the JPC by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has triggered the latest row. Raising concerns over the nearly 1 crore feedback submissions received by the JPC, BJP leader Nishikant Dubey has called for a probe into their sources, including in the possible role of ISI and China. The opposition has vehemently called out Dubey's claims.
ये लोकतंत्र के मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। उनको लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं है। अगर इतने बड़े देश में से सिर्फ अगर 1.5% लोग ही अपना ओपिनियन जाहिर करते हैं, इसमें भी इनको दर्द होता है। हर जगह पे जबरदस्ती लोगों को रख के कह रहे थे कि ये व्हाट्सएप पे है, ये लिंक क्लिक करो, ये ईमेल करो। तो हो सकता है बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टों ने जो किया है उसका असर निशिकांत जी को हुआ होगा।
Minority Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju responded by saying that a large number of submissions to the JPC cannot be seen as a matter of concern.
कितना मेल किस परिस्थिति में और कैसे भेजा है वो JPC ही देखेंगे। हम तो सहयोग करेंगे, JPC का हम सहयोग करेंगे। JPC से हमने अभी रिपोर्ट लिया नहीं है। ये JPC के अंदर में क्या हो रहा है वो मैं अंदर जाकर के छानबीन नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि वो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमने JPC बनाया और JPC कुड एम्पावर्ड जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी है। उनके रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम फिर देखेंगे।
AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi accused the BJP of spreading false propaganda over Waqf properties and their administration.
ये एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा BJP, RSS ये कर रही है पूरे देश में कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है। बीजेपी इसको ऐसा बता रही है कि ये गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी है। आप मेरे को चाह रहे हैं कि कोई लेटर लिखा चेयरमैन को, वो कमेटी का हिस्सा हो गया। अभी हम उसको कमेटी में बात करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, वो कमेटी का चेयरमैन तय करेगा, हम तय करेंगे।
Sources told NDTV that the joint parliamentary meeting, which was held on September 28th, Zakir Naik's name was mentioned, which led to heated arguments between the BJP and the opposition MPs. Now it remains to be seen that the demands of MHA probe regarding submissions by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey will be accepted or not. With the journalist Sanjay Kaushik, this is Aishwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
Election news now. In the second phase of voting on 26 seats in 6 districts for the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections was held today. Just one phase now remains. While it was sluggish polling in Srinagar, the turnout was better in Badgam, Rajouri, Poonch, Riyasi and Gandarbal districts. Overall, the provisional turnout was 54.1%. Now remember, there are several big names who are in the fray today, including former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina of the BJP and Tariq Hamid Kara of the Congress.
Long queues outside polling stations as people voted in the second phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. It is the first election after a gap of 10 years, and there is a deep yearning for the return of democracy in the region. Debate around Article 370, restoration of statehood, and jobs appears to be the main issues for the voters.
बस अपना रिप्रेजेंटेटिव चुनने के लिए आए हैं यहाँ पे 10 साल बाद। मैं 23 साल का हूँ, फिर भी मैं पहला वोट डाल रहा हूँ, इसलिए ताकि हमारे मसले हल हो जाए। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट यहाँ पे पहली बार दूसरी नंबर पे आई है, तो उस पर बात हो बस, और क्या।
We have to cast our vote. Who party we have to cast doesn't matter, but we have to cast our vote. And my wife, she's casting vote for the first time.
I am feeling very happy because it's my first time when I am casting my vote.
जो सबके होते हैं, जो रोड होते हैं, पावर होता है, वाटर होते हैं, और क्या इश्यूज़ है।
जी 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 जी।
अब तो जो होना था पहले 370 वो तो हट गया। अब कोई भी कुछ भी कहे तो हम वोट निकले के लिए निकले हैं।
370 को इसलिए 370 का हमें 35A का है, हमें यही नीड है कि वो वापस आना चाहिए।
While it was a sluggish polling in Srinagar, a moderate to brisk polling was recorded in Budgam, Rajouri, Poonch, Riyasi and Ganderbal districts. Among the 239 candidates for 26 seats whose fate was decided today is Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina of BJP and Tariq Hamid Karra of Congress. A group of 15 diplomats also observed elections in Kashmir and praised India's democracy. But National Conference leader Omar Abdullah questioned the rationale behind election tour of foreign diplomats.
I don't know why foreigners should be asked to check elections. When foreign governments comment, then Government of India says this is an internal matter for India. Now suddenly they want foreign observers to come and look at our elections. These are an internal matter for us. We don't need their certificate. And also this participation is not because of Government of India. It's in spite of everything Government of India did. They have humiliated people, they have used all the machinery of the government to detain and harass people. In spite of that, people are coming and participating in elections. So this is not something Government of India should be highlighting. But anyway, that's the way they are.
With the completion of the second phase, 50 out of 90 seats in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly have voted. The focus has now shifted to the third phase. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi held 2 rallies in Jammu and Kashmir on Wednesday. As the restoration of statehood remains central to Jammu and Kashmir elections, Rahul Gandhi reiterated that India Alliance will do whatever it takes to ensure restoration of statehood.
मैं आपको यहां गारंटी देता हूं कि अगर बीजेपी ने आपको स्टेटहुड नहीं दिया तो हम विपक्ष में हैं, हम इंडिया गठबंधन का पूरा दम आपको स्टेटहुड दिलवाने में लगा देंगे। पार्लियामेंट का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, लोकसभा का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, राज्यसभा का, सड़कों में उतरेंगे और हम आपको जो आपका हक है वापस दिलाएंगे।
The biggest success of these elections is that they are being held without fear of violence or boycott calls by separatists. But the turnaround has not been as encouraging as many had expected. With Nazir Masoodi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news now, Himachal Pradesh's Congress government will copy Yogi's UP model. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya Singh has said that street vendors and eateries will have to display their identification ostensibly to ensure food hygiene. The matter will be finalized at a meeting and the rule will be implemented from January, starting with state capital Shimla, is what sources have said. The interval will be used for preparations, including issuance of identity cards. In fact, the Urban Development Minister Vikramaditya Singh told reporters we have decided to strictly enforce the rules in the state, much like Uttar Pradesh.
जिस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में भी वहाँ पर भी जो रेडी फड़ी वाले हैं खास करके उनके लिए ये मैंडेटरी किया गया है कि वहाँ पर जो है आपको अपना उसमें नाम और आईडी लगाना होगा। तो हमने भी इसको यहाँ पर पूरी मजबूती से लागू करने का निर्णय किया है कि जो भी अपना दुकान चला रहा है, रेडी फड़ी चला रहा है, उसको अपना आईडी, अपना क्लियर आइडेंटिफिकेशन उसमें करना होगा। वैसे भी क्योंकि अब ये स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग कमेटी बन चुकी है तो उससे आईडी दिया जाएगा और वो उनको डिस्प्ले करना पड़ेगा ताकि आने वाले समय में कोई भी अगर ऐसी कोई समस्या आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है तो पारदर्शिता से इस पर कार्रवाई जो है वो करवाई जा सके।
Well, let's go across to Gurpreet now for more. And Gurpreet, so what is quite surprising in this entire development is that the state minister actually saying that we are, copying the UP model and we're going to bring out this rule ostensibly for hygiene's sake.
Well, yes, what we have learned from the Congress leader, they say this Shimla is a tourist place and a lot of people, they are facing such type of problem. After getting highlighted from Uttar Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh has already taken cognizance of such incident where they had found spitting and mixing of urine with the food, and they had brought a policy for this so that the people should not face such type of problem. What we have learned from the Congress leader, they have also decided to follow the same policy within the state, and they had already given time at least for the 3 months to all the vendors. They will be able to get an identity card so that they will put their identity before the shop, and if such type of incidents are going to be reported within Himachal Pradesh, immediately their action will be taken place. What we have learned from the netas from Himachal Pradesh, specifically from the Congress party, they say they are going to form a state vendor committee and state vendor policy, so that under this policy every eatery should be covered and all the vendors should be covered, and this is the precaution which they are going to take, so that immediately if such type of incident happens, they will be able to take action against the vendor, and they will be having the relevant document and the relevant identity of the shopkeeper, so that the proper action should be taken. So let's wait and watch whether this policy will be accepted by the opposition leaders or not. But yes, of course, BJP's policy in Uttar Pradesh, that is being followed by the Congress government in Himachal Pradesh.
That's right. Yogi's model there in Congress-ruled Himachal. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. Actor politician Kangana Ranaut was forced to clarify today after she sparked a controversy with her remarks that the farm laws repealed 3 years ago should be brought back. Now, the BJP quickly distanced itself from the remarks, saying it was the MP's own personal view. This given that Haryana elections are just around the corner and farmer issues, remember, is a hot potato there. And Kangana herself later apologized, but Rahul Gandhi hit out, saying that the Prime Minister must clarify her remarks.
Actor turned BJP MP Kangana Ranaut stokes a fresh controversy. This comment of hers on farm laws has triggered a war of words. Kangana Ranaut had said that the centre should bring back repealed 3 farm laws, which according to her will help farmers.
मुझे लगता है किसानों के हितकारी लॉस वापस आने चाहिए और किसानों को खुद इसकी डिमांड करनी चाहिए। देश के विकास में किसान जो है वो मेन हमारा एक पिलर ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ है, तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि वो खुद ऐसी अपील करे कि भाई हमारे जो 3 लॉज जो हमसे जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ कुछ एक राज्यों में जो है उन्होंने उसको लेकर जो है आपत्ति जताई थी, मुझे लगता है कि उनको मैं हाथ जोड़ के उनको विनती करती हूँ कि सब किसानों के हित को ध्यान में रखकर जो है वो लॉज जो है वापस मांगे।
But within hours of this remark, BJP shot off a statement calling it the MP's personal views.
मैं बिल्कुल स्पष्टता से कहना चाहता हूँ, ये बयान कंगना रनौत जी का व्यक्तिगत बयान है एवं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से ना कंगना रनौत जी ऐसा कोई बयान देने के लिए अधिकृत हैं और ना ही उनका बयान जो पार्टी की सोच है 3 कृषि कानूनों को लेकर उसको दर्शाता है।
This was capped by clarification and apology from Kangana herself.
मुझे ये बात भी ध्यान रखनी होगी कि मैं अब एक कलाकार नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार्यकर्ता हूं और मेरे ओपिनियंस अपने नहीं होने चाहिए, वो पार्टी का स्टैंड होना चाहिए। तो अगर मैंने अपने शब्दों से और अपनी सोच से किसी को डिसअपॉइंट किया है, मुझे खेद रहेगा।
But sooner than the dust had settled on this latest row, Congress put the ball in the Prime Minister's court.
बीजेपी के जो लोग होते हैं ये आइडियाज को टेस्ट करते रहते हैं। मोदी जी, आप क्लैरिफाई कीजिए, आप इसके खिलाफ हैं या आप फिर से बदमाशी कर रहे हैं? क्या वो किसान के कानून रिवाइव करेंगे या नहीं? और अगर करेंगे तो फिर मैं आपको गारंटी दे रहा हूं कि इंडिया गठबंधन पूरा इनके खिलाफ खड़ा हो जाएगा।
Kangana Ranaut was one of the star candidates for the BJP and won the Mandi seat in Himachal in the Lok Sabha elections this year. But this is the second time the BJP has had to distance itself from a comment made by the firebrand MP. Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right. right, some breaking news coming in the Me Too cases in Mollywood. And now actor Siddique has moved the Supreme Court for anticipatory bail. This is after he was denied relief by the High Court. He is accused of raping an actress. Earlier we were reporting how the Kerala police were gearing up to arrest him following the Kerala High Court decision to deny him anticipatory bail. In the case, the court rejected Siddique's bail in a rape case lodged against him by a former actress. So now the actor to approach the top court. And finally, as part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we bring to you stories of people who prove that their disabilities do not define what they can or cannot do. Para swimmer Sharath Gaikwad is one such person born with a deformed left hand. He has participated at the highest international levels, even breaking a record held by none other than PT Usha.
My story started when I was 9 years old. Swimming was something very special to me. Since 2003, I started training very seriously, and that's how I met my coach, John Christopher. Before swimming, I was not very confident person. I was being restricted to do a lot of things. But once I learned swimming and became a national champion and international medalist, I was no longer being restricted to do anything. And today, I don't think there is anything that I can't do. After 2014 Asian Para Games, I felt like I've kind of achieved my dream. I should quit swimming and then I should take up coaching, which I've always wanted to. We felt that there are so many people in the country who don't even get this opportunity to learn swimming or learn a sport and showcase their talent. Samarth, and I'm making others Samarth too.
And finally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today hosted India's chess Olympiad champions who created history in Budapest with their double victory, a rare double gold haul. Both the men's and women's team won golds. Prime Minister Modi felicitated stars like D. Gukesh and Divya Deshmukh, engaging with them and enjoying a special match between Pragnananda and Arjun Erigesi. And with that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Bombay High Court pulls up the Maharashtra police posing some tough questions over the custodial death of Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde after his family claims he died in an encounter. Set back to Karnataka, Chief Minister, the court orders the Lokayukta probe the MUDA scam against him. Siddaramaiah says he will fight it out legally. Two election phases completed in Jammu and Kashmir, one more to go. The turnout in the second phase was 54.1%. Himachal Pradesh's Congress government to copy Yogi's UP model. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya Singh says street vendors and eateries have to display their identification.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved."
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. BJP MP and Joint Parliamentary Committee member Nishikant Dubey has raised questions over the deluge of responses received by the Parliament Committee scrutinizing the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. Writing to the chairman, Jagdambika Pal, Mr. Dubey sought a probe into the possible involvement of fundamentalists and foreign entities flooding the committee with its feedback. This comes just a day before the Parliamentary Committee is set to embark on a 5-state mission where it will be gathering feedback from multiple stakeholders. The Congress, in fact, responded, terming Nishikant's comment as a mockery of democracy. We'll be getting you the panelists in just a bit, but first up, here's the report.
Another war of words over the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Amendment Bill. A letter to the chairman of the JPC by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has triggered the latest row. Raising concerns over the nearly 1 crore feedback submissions received by the JPC, BJP leader Nishikant Dubey has called for a probe into their sources, including in the possible role of ISI and China. The opposition has vehemently called out Dubey's claims.
ये लोकतंत्र के मजाक उड़ा रहा है। उनको लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं है। अगर इतने बड़े देश में से सिर्फ अगर 1.5% लोग ही अपना ओपिनियन जाहिर करते हैं, इसमें भी इनको दर्द होता है। हर जगह पे जबरदस्ती लोगों को रख के कह रहे थे कि ये व्हाट्सएप पे है, ये लिंक क्लिक करो, ये ईमेल करो। तो सकता है बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टों ने जो किया है उसका असर निशिकांत जी को हुआ होगा।
Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju responded by saying that a large number of submissions to the JPC cannot be seen as a matter of concern.
कितना मेल किस परिस्थिति में और कैसे भेजा है वो जेपीसी ही देखेंगे। हम तो सहयोग करेंगे, जेपीसी का हम सहयोग करेंगे। जेपीसी से हमने रिपोर्ट लिया नहीं है। ये जेपीसी के अंदर क्या हो रहा है वो मैं अंदर जाकर के छानबीन नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि वो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमने जेपीसी बनाया और जेपीसी कुड एम्पावर्ड जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी है, उनके रिपोर्ट आने के बाद हम फिर देखेंगे।
AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi accused the BJP of spreading false propaganda over Waqf properties and their administration.
ये एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा बीजेपी आरएसएस ये कर रही है पूरे देश में कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो एक प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है। बीजेपी इसको ऐसा बता रही है कि ये गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी है। आप मेरे को चाह रहे हैं कि कोई लेटर लिखा चेयरमैन को, वो कमेटी का हिस्सा हो गया। अभी हम उसको कमेटी में बात करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, वो कमेटी का चेयरमैन तय करेगा, हम तय करेंगे।
Sources told NDTV that the joint parliamentary meeting, which was held on September 28th, Zakir Naik's name was mentioned, which led to heated arguments between the BJP and the opposition MPs. Now it remains to be seen that the demands of MHA probe regarding submissions by BJP MP Nishkant Dubey will be accepted or not. With the journalist Sanjay Kaushik, this is Aishwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
We have Professor Faizan Mustafa, constitutional expert, Pradeep Bhandari, spokesperson of the BJP, Danish Qureshi, representing the MIM, and IP Singh of the Samajwadi Party. Let me begin with Professor Faizan Mustafa. Professor Mustafa, the process of feedback is very integral for any lawmaking in India. Then why should this kind of theories or processes be seen this way? You know, why raise questions on the process?
Maria, since I myself was invited by JPC and I appeared there, so it will not be in the fitness of things for me to really speak on JPC, so to say. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
All right.
Okay.
You see,
yes.
JPC for any bill, forget about the Waqf bill, for any bill is a better process. Because in the general house of two houses of parliament, political parties don't have time to go into the deeper issues which any lawmaking would involve. And therefore, I think that for almost every bill, we should go to the select committee or JPC, and one must appreciate and welcome the government's initiative that the government on its own referred the matter to JPC. Now, JPC in a democratic way invited the opinion of the people, and it seems that over 1 crore responses have been received. Now, my take as a constitutional law teacher on this is slightly different from the political positions which those who favor the bill or who oppose the bill may be. Because, you see, while it looks very good that the general public participates and gives an opinion on any bill, and I had said it even about the Lokpal bill when Kejriwal led opposition was asking for the Lokpal bill and what clauses it should have. I had written at that point of time also that lawmaking cannot be done on the public streets. It is to be done in the parliament, it is to be done in the select committee and the JPC. Now, when you invite people's opinion on as contentious a matter as Waqf, I have seen that there has been a counter mobilization from both sides. So there were people who were asking that you scan this and say we welcome the bill, and there were people who are saying you scan this and click this and reject the bill. In both the positions, even though the exercise is absolutely democratic and people's participation in lawmaking is welcome, yet if you are receiving a feedback of the people who really don't understand what is there in the bill, I think it is not of much significance except the numbers in favor of a bill or in opposition of the bill. Basically, it should be the opinion of people who understand law drafting, who understand the implications of law, which should matter more. And therefore, I think the JPC is doing the right thing, that it is going to different states, and I am sure it is going to talk to all the stakeholders.
Okay, Professor Faizan Mustafa, before I bring in the politicians, I would rather wrap up this conversation with you with another question here, sir. So you are saying clearly that, it may not be in the fitness of things to involve public at large, given how polarizing this bill is and how divided the public opinion is. Then how can the entire exercise be completed if, if it is largely seen as those who are self-appointed stakeholders? In many ways, the view is that why should Muslim Personal Law Board and other such bodies express their views when they do not really reflect the larger sentiments of the community?
No, I'm not saying that I'm opposed to this public opinion being asked. My response was much more nuanced.
Yes.
I'm saying public response is to be collected, that is good. But if public response ultimately leads to a kind of a public campaign that let us vote for rejecting the bill or let us vote for accepting the bill, then this is not good for the lawmaking, because people are saying yes or no to the bill without at all knowing about what is the content of the bill. That is what I am saying.
Okay.
I am not opposing.
No, sir, I understand that. I understand that,
Constitutional law
Professor
can't be
Mustafa.
saying that people should not be involved in this.
No,
But
I
we
understand
see-
that, Professor Mustafa.
Yeah.
But if those who do not understand, but they have voted for or against this bill, as is the case, perhaps given the kind of response that it is getting, then how should that be seen? I mean,
no, you see, on number of such issues, overwhelming responses were received because the issue was so contentious. Now, kindly recall when in 2018 or even after that, when the Law Commission invited opinion on uniform civil codes, then crores of people responded that we don't want a uniform civil code. I'm not disputing the validity of those numbers. What I'm trying to say that JPC is not going to decide only on the basis of number of responses received in favor or against the bill.
all right. Professor Faizan Mustafa, thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. Now, let me bring in the politicians. Pradeep Bhandari, the argument being made here is a valid one. And for your party MP to take it in a direction completely undesirable, many are saying, and also, many would agree with the argument being made by the Congress party here, that if there are so many stakeholders in democracy, then why should they be mocked if they are sharing their views?
Well, Maria, good evening to the viewers of NDTV. Maria, the intent of the government has to be understood from the fact that the government has welcomed the JPC and the government, in fact, on its own voluntarily proposed a JPC. This is a government which is absolutely not against democratic opinion and welcomes public opinion. However, let us understand the fact that he is an elected member of parliament. He is not a first-time member of parliament. He is a member of parliament who has repeatedly been elected by the people. He must definitely would have had certain facts in his possession which made him believe that there might be certain anti-India elements who could in a situation completely change the democratic process in which the opinion is taken for the Waqf Act. Now, you remember very clearly that Zakir Naik in the past has said and has made his statement and intention very clear on Waqf Act, where he in fact said an industrialist building also belongs to Waqf. Now, I believe an investigation or the inquiry which the Honourable Member of Parliament is asking for should be welcomed. He is not dissing the entire process. He is just putting certain facts which might be in his possession. Now, it is for an investigation to see whether what his facts are mere concerns, that those are mere fears, or they hold certain tangible ground.
Okay, then in that case, Danish Qureshi, as a member of the JPC, if a member is raising concerns about the kind of responses that the JPC is receiving, then why should it be looked at with suspicion?
Well, this is not about the suspicious time. You have to understood first of all, you have to understood that each and every citizen should be cared by the federal government. Now the problem is that with this federal government is you saw a QR code movements against the Waqf board bill. A number of organizations have served the QR code to the Muslim community. After that, we saw that RSS and affiliated organizations also started to make a counter. If we talk about the owners, we can see that clearly that they are not having any, they were not even the part between the central government, federal government and the citizen, Muslim citizen. Even then, they want to make a intervention in that. once again Bharatiya Janata Party, member of Bharatiya Janata Party wants to create a
but Danish, you know, if it is about that the integrity and the independence of this legislative process should not be compromised, and that is being spoken with sincerity, and this letter has been written to the chairman of the JPC, then why should it be about the BJP versus the opposition? Why shouldn't it be seen that Mr. Dubey is part of this committee which is, you know, involved in this entire process?
निशिकांत दुबे, देखिए निशिकांत दुबे क्या कह रहे हैं? निशिकांत दुबे ये कह रहे हैं कि ये जो पूरा प्रोसेस हुआ है, सबसे पहले तो ये डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस का पार्ट ये होना चाहिए था. व्हाट इज द डेमोक्रेसी? डेमोक्रेसी ये होनी चाहिए थी कि पहले मुसलमानों का या लोगों का, जो लोग इससे अफेक्टेड हैं, उनका ओपिनियन आना चाहिए था, उसके बाद जाना चाहिए था पार्लियामेंट के फ्लोर पे. लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा से इस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स करती है, इसलिए उन्होंने पहले बिल पेश कर दिया और उसके बाद जब हंगामा हुआ तो पूरा मामला चला गया जेपीसी में. जेपीसी में फिर वो वही काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. देखिए अभी एक जो पैनलिस्ट थे जो ये कह रहे थे कि जेपीसी जो है वो एक ज्यादा अच्छा बेहतर स्टेज है जहां ऑपोजिशन को एक स्पेस दिया गया कि भाई इस पूरे मामले को देखा जाए. लेकिन इवन दैन वो क्या चाह रहे हैं? वो यही चाह रहे हैं कि सबसे पहले तो उन्होंने लोगों का ओपिनियन नहीं लिया. अगर लोगों का ओपिनियन लिया होता, सुनिए, अगर लोगों का ओपिनियन आ गया होता तो मुझे लगता है कि ये 1 करोड़ मैसेजेस जो आए हैं ये पहले ही
have been that this entire process should be investigated, that to understand the nature of submission. He has of course said that there could be involvement of certain foreign actors, the ISI, you know, even radical organizations as well. So IP Singh, I think that's a valid point to be made, that if this entire legislative process is not really above board, then it fails the purpose with which this body has been set up.
देखिए मारिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार है उसकी नीयत बहुत खराब है और बराबर इस देश में सांप्रदायिकता के आधार पर बीजेपी काम करती है, उसके नेता काम करते हैं. जिस तरह से वक्फ बोर्ड की जो लाखों एकड़ जमीन है उस पर बीजेपी की निगाहें हैं. सबसे पहले एनआरसी लाकर वो उनकी मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छीन लेना चाहते थे. अब जो उनकी संपत्ति है, जो दौलत है, वो बीजेपी उसे छीन लेना चाहती है. लेकिन थैंक्स गॉड, भगवान की कृपा है कि बहुमत बीजेपी को नहीं मिला और बैसाखी जो है श्री चंद्रबाबू नायडू और श्री नीतीश कुमार किया, और ये चाहकर भी बहुत कुछ नहीं कर सकते. और आप देखिए 10 साल के बाद इनको वापस लेना पड़ा और जेपीसी की तरफ से गए हैं. और जो फर्जी डिग्री धारी दुबे हैं, इनसे अगर पूछिए कि चीन का इन्वेजन हुआ, चीन ने हमारी हजारों एकड़, हजारों किलोमीटर हमारी लैंड एक्वायर कर लिया, उस पर पूछिए तो कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. लेकिन आईएसआई, पाकिस्तान और चीन की बात तो कर रहे हैं. कुल मिलाकर नियत बीजेपी की खराब है. बीजेपी ये जमीन छीन लेना चाहती है.
प्रदीप भंडारी is being questioned. If the JPC actually receives the response which is just around 1.2%, then why look for these kind of conspiracies?
Well, Maria, had the intent been questioned by a credible player, I would have taken it seriously. The gentleman belongs to a political party which had pleaded in the Honorable High Court to remove the cases of terror against the Ayodhya and Varanasi blast accused. The gentleman belongs to a political party which is backing an individual called Mohit Khan who raped a 14-year-old daughter. So I will take this criticism and this opinion from a political lens, not from a genuine credible lens. I did not interrupt you. IPG, please have the patience. IPG, please have the Maria. I was not interrupting all.
IP Singh जी जरा सुन लीजिए.
लखनऊ में 4
IP Singh जी,
5 साल की बेटी के
IP Singh जी, IP Singh जी, IP Singh जी, मैं आपके पास आऊंगी. पहले उनकी भी बात सुन लीजिए. उनकी भी बात सुन लीजिए, मैं आपके पास आऊंगी. जी, प्रदीप भंडारी.
नहीं बताना
IPG, I understand that facts are bitter. IPG, I understand the facts are bitter and I will speak the facts. Maria, again I will reiterate, this is the NDTV report from 2016 where Zakir Naik was seen with Digvijay Singh and Digvijay Singh was praising Zakir Naik. We believe in the integrity of the process, Maria. Yet again I will repeat, Mr. Dubey did not say that the number of suggestions should not be welcome. Mr. Dubey reiterated that the entire sanctity of the process should be maintained. Whether it is a Hindu who is giving an opinion or a Muslim or a Christian, all are welcome. The question is this exercise being used by certain actors who do not believe in the integrity of India, who do not wish good for the India in order to mobilize a political opinion, mobilize a political narrative for their own vested interest? I do believe that if a member of parliament has facts in his possession and he's written a letter to the JPC, he is an equal member of the JPC like any other member. Tomorrow, suppose an opposition member has an opinion, has a concern, they can also raise it to the JPC. The issue is that if the member has raised an opinion, the members of the opposition party are using this as an opportunity to consolidate their vote bank. Whereas the member said that the entire exercise of JPC should not be conducted, he's welcomed it. He's only pointing out that it should be investigated whether elements like Zakir Naik are involved in this. If that is true, then it is not in the interest of the country, because this exercise of JPC, as the learned constitutional expert said, is not a mobilization of political and counter-political opinion. It's about getting genuine feedback.
Yes. So I have just enough time for Danish Qureshi and IP Singh. 1 minute to both of you. If the content is being repetitive, that's what he's pointing out, the BJP MP has pointed out. And he's also talking about how there have been efforts in the past of destabilizing India's interests. So that has also, these are facts on which he's saying. Of course, it's the subject of investigation. So running away from investigation or saying that the investigation is not the right process may not be in the interest of anyone. Would you not agree, Danish Qureshi? That if there are proxies, if there are proxies of ISI or China or those countries or groups which are against India, then they should be investigated.
बट लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा मारिया, आप मेरी बात समझिए. मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि आप देखिए, जब से वक्फ बिल जब आया, टेबल पे जब आया, तभी से मुसलमान विरोध कर रहा था उसका और विपक्ष भी विरोध कर रहा था. जाकिर नायक का कुछ भी स्टैंड आया है वो तो काफी बाद में आया, लेकिन उससे पहले ही आपको विरोध तो दिखाई दे रहा था. अब हुआ ये है कि अगर जाकिर नायक ने कुछ किया है तो मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ कि भारत सरकार उसको पकड़े लाए और जेल में डाल दे.
You have said that. Okay. IP Singh, 30 seconds.
देखिए, जिस जाकिर नाइक को लेकर बात होती है, उस जाकिर नाइक को संरक्षण किसने दे रखा? मलेशिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने. वो प्रधानमंत्री जो एक हिंदू को सीधे इस्लाम धर्म स्वीकार करवाते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एक बार ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं करते, एक बार मलेशिया से नहीं कहा कि जाकिर नाइक को भारत को हैंडओवर करिए. तो जो डबल स्टैंडर्ड है बीजेपी का, दो चेहरे बीजेपी के हैं, वो देश के सामने हैं कि अगर सांप्रदायिकता के आधार पर
सरकार I think it deserves urgent attention. That is being brought about here. Whether we look at it politically or otherwise. Thank you so much for joining us, Pradeep Bhandari, Danish Qureshi, and IP Singh. Some piece of breaking news coming in now, and this time from Mumbai. Heavy rainfall and thunderstorm continue to lash Mumbai and its suburbs, prompting several flights to be diverted. In fact, the IMD has sounded a red alert in Mumbai and Thane, which will continue till Thursday morning. We are trying to get Radhika on the phone line. Okay, Radhika is joining me on the phone line. Radhika, what else can you tell us? So, is it more trouble for Mumbaikars because there has been an intense spell of rain with heavy winds in several parts of Mumbai. Also Palghar, Dhule, Jalgaon, and that has been happening for the last 3 to 4 hours.
That's right. Mumbai has been experiencing intense rains and thunderstorms over the last several hours. In fact, it did rain over the last few days, but it was intermittent. But now it's been raining for the last several hours. And what was an orange alert has been converted into red alert till about 8:30 a.m. for Mumbai. Even other areas like Thane and neighboring districts will also experience intense rainfall. It's something that the IMD has predicted. We're seeing also waterlogging in a few areas which are low-lying areas in Mumbai that include Andheri as well as Bhandup, Mulund and so on. These areas are experiencing waterlogging. What we are also given to understand is that it has also disrupted air traffic. In fact, the Delhi to Mumbai flight has been diverted by Vistara to Hyderabad. SpiceJet has also warned of flight disruptions due to rain. So there could be cancellations and delays as far as flight operations are concerned. That is something that Mumbai could experience as the rainfall at the moment is intense, and it will continue to rain till tomorrow morning at least, is something that the IMD has said. Now, Mumbai BJP chief has also warned officials to be on standby and monitor the situation from the control room. So a warning has been issued for the city of Mumbai. Red alert till 8:30 a.m. today. It continues to rain, and flight disruptions is something that the airlines have also warned about at this point, and waterlogging in a few areas as well.
Okay, so traffic affected, waterlogging in several parts of Mumbai, flights diverted. So it is certainly, this is the time that Mumbaikars will be going home after a day-long work. But there are disruptions which has happened. Vistara has diverted its flight and has issued requests to all the passengers to check their schedule before arriving at the airport. So the bad weather is making it worse. But the larger question, let me come back to you, Radhika. Do we have estimate of how many flights diverted so far?
As of now, there is no clear estimate. We're waiting for a word from the airport spokesperson who will give us a clarity on how many flights have been delayed, disrupted or cancelled. But all the airlines in the last half an hour have been sending out warnings to passengers to arrive early to the airport, and also warning that there could be disruptions in the form of delays or cancellations. We know that some flights have been diverted, especially by Vistara. Other airlines also coming forward and issuing warnings. In a while from now, we will know the exact details of how many flights could be disrupted, how many could be delayed or cancelled owing to rain. But at this point, what we are hearing is that no cancellations have taken place, but we'll get more clarity on it in a few hours. But right now, it's raining heavily, so there could be more cancellations in the hours to come.
All right, Radhika, thank you so much for joining us. This will be our top focus for the next few hours and also tomorrow morning as rains continue to disrupt normal life in Mumbai.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नज़दीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as court orders the Lokayukta probe the MUDA scam against him. Siddaramaiah says he will fight it out legally as the Prime Minister targets him in a rally, says Congress party is most correct. Himachal Pradesh Congress government to copy Yogi Adityanath's UP model. Himachal Minister Vikramaditya Singh says street vendors and eateries have to display their identification. Actor politician Kangana Ranaut sparks a controversy yet again. While the BJP quickly distanced itself, Kangana apologized later. Rahul Gandhi hits out, saying the Prime Minister must explain. Heavy rain lashes Mumbai as parts of the city get inundated. Multiple flights get affected due to rain. SpiceJet, Indigo and Vistara caution their passengers. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi hosts India's chess Olympiad champions celebrating their historic double victory in Budapest. You're watching the Left Right Center and I'm Maria Shakil. It's literally a matter of life and death for people, but our politics seems to have totally ignored this very, very crucial issue, only caring for petty blame game and point scoring. Can this year be any different? Can the government really do something tangible to make life of people better? Or will it be as scary as what we have seen every year as the winter month approaches? Remember, there has been a plan of sorts which has been prepared by the Delhi government. What does it look like? Well, for the moment, let me bring in the guests. Dr. Anil Gupta is the spokesperson of Delhi BJP. We have Shubh Malhotra, spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party. Dr. Vivek Nangia is principal director and head of pulmonology at Max. Manas Human is campaigning against air pollution for many years. And we also have Ekagra Florio, who has been working on multiple such petitions. Are any of you hopeful here? Beginning with the activist and the doctor. Manas, are you hoping that things will be different this time around?
I'm afraid that the air pollution has been a topic for over 10 years, and
we as NASSCOM, as a part of NASSCOM, have been trying to drive systematic changes for reducing air pollution, like, for example, focusing on walking, cycling, and public transport all over the NCR region so that we don't have all the road dust, all the millions of cars stuck in traffic. But we don't see that those changes happening fast enough. So I guess that if there is a political will, and I'm glad you have political leaders here, if there's a political will, a lot can be done, but I fear that we're not moving fast enough. And people like us sitting in the studio, sitting in at home, we can put air purifiers and we can filter the air, but there are literally millions or tens of millions of kids who are probably going to be scarred for life because the air they're breathing is poisonous. And that's really, we're not working fast enough on it.
Okay, your thoughts on this, Ekagra. Of course, you have been researching a lot on this. This graded action plan is something that we talk about, we hear about it a lot. But, to say that there would be drone monitoring, deployment of 200 mobile anti-smog guns, possibility of even, artificial rain being initiated, and making it more focused. This one is a 21 focus action plan.
So what I believe is that all these actions being taken by the government, they're not really preventive measures. They're just to combat the damage which has already been done. So the government should focus more on cutting down on factors such as waste burning and vehicle emissions so that you destroy the cancer at its roots, right? You don't have to wait for it to scar people before stopping the impacts of the pollution.
And I'm glad to say that, the Supreme Court recently has talked about the airshed of the NCR. So it's not only a Delhi problem, it's a whole NCR problem, and has linked it to solid waste management. So the solid waste situation in NCR is really requires a lot of work to be done. And I'm, different political parties, different governments, but the same problem. And if we don't, deal with the solid waste by reducing it, by eliminating the dumping of it, it gets burnt either informally at different places in hundreds of places all over each city in NCR, or it goes to WTE plants, and there 8,000 tons of that is being burnt every day, if my numbers are correct, and that is also emitting fumes into the air. So we have a big problem on our hands.
Yes, one thing is clear, Dr. Nangia, that this is not preventive. This action plan may sound very well. The Aam Aadmi Party wants to be seen to be doing something. But when it comes to the larger preparation that it doesn't really happen, no government really has a plan.
Yeah, so Maria, what I believe is that
I don't know if you're talking to me, I've lost audio.
Yes, Dr. Nangia, please go ahead.
I was saying that, I'm a little optimistic this time because, as you can see, the discussion about air pollution has started quite early on this year as compared to previous years. This is the first time in September itself that we started discussions. Usually we would do these kind of discussions on the television around mid-October or late October. So at least that awakening has started to come in already. I guess Delhi government also has a plan in place. Now the question is whether we are able to implement all of that or not, or whether we are able to implement it in stages. Either way, this way or that way, what is important is a proper implementation of the plans. And of course, the bottom line also is that, we as citizens also have to contribute towards it. We have to realize our responsibilities of keeping the air around us clean. We know what all we can do for that. It's just that we also become lackadaisical at some point and don't really carry out all those measures that we can and prevent the air pollution from happening actually.
Oh, okay, so you're sounding optimistic, and so am I. We are hoping that, it doesn't, the history doesn't repeat itself. We have a better air quality this time around. But Dr. Anil Gupta, in terms of action, 50%, that is more than half of the board, which is the Pollution Control Board of India, doesn't have members. There are so many vacant positions. When it is about real action, you need people to ensure that they have an idea and then it is implemented.
Yeah, good evening to you and all the viewers. See, you have said rightly, as per the Water Act 1974, each state or the union territory have a state pollution control board, And for Union Territory, it is Pollution Control Committee. I give you an example of Delhi. Delhi has a Delhi Pollution Control Committee. As per the Act, every quarter, every 3 months, a board meeting should be held. Discussion should be taken place, and the pollution measures, control measures should be decided. You must be surprised that last board meeting of Delhi Pollution Control Committee was held on 20th of February 2024. So that means roughly after 8 months have passed, the board meeting has not been held.
No, but you
So
are
you
part
can
of the
see-
Central Pollution Control Board,
I'm
and that
telling- I'm
has
telling-
more than half of the sanction posts vacant.
I'm telling you,
Yes.
I'm an expert member of the Central Pollution Control Committee.
Yes.
There they have regular meetings, and if you check the facts, recently many posts have been filled. Now hardly 10 or 12 posts are vacant. You can check the records. Recently, 2 months back, lot of new recruitment took place from the IIT through IIT gates. But the same is not the status with the others. And I'm an expert member, you have mentioned, but I'm the spokesperson of the Delhi BJP also, you must remember.
Yes.
So your viewers should be clear on this.
No. We know.
I have my doctorate in environment. It is my favorite subject.
That's right.
And,
so Shubh Malhotra now of Aam Aadmi Party. Shubh, you know, of course, it looks great on paper, but Delhi turns into a gas chamber year after year. It has been happening regularly, and as the winter approaches, there is a great degree of fear among most of us. You know, the citizens are worried. What next? Aam Aadmi Party, when it comes up with a plan in the month of September, of course, it's the right time, perhaps, but the Aam Aadmi Party needs some more, there is a great degree of sincerity which is needed as well. Smoke guns, smoke towers can be only temporary solutions. There has to be permanent solution. Do you really have a plan for a permanent solution?
In fact, I feel that Delhi and Punjab are the only two states that have a plan in the country to protect North Indians from pollution. Unfortunately, we don't see any other states having any action plan. I mean, Delhi Kejriwal government has worked on pollution measures and for protecting the health of Delhi 365 days a year, year after year. So that is why air pollution level in Delhi has decreased by 34.6% in the last decade under Kejriwal government. In fact, Delhi enjoyed 22 days of satisfactory air quality until August this year. This is the longest since 2015, barring COVID times. So we are trying to undo the problems created by not just previous government, but also the other states of North India. So actually Delhi and Punjab are fighting a lone battle with respect to the pollution in North India, because
the question
50% of our pollution actually originates from external sources and 30% is from internal sources.
I'm not too sure if this is the note on which you want to start, talking about the initiatives, because it is about blame game that you're indulging in and pure politics as to why it's only these two states because they are governed by the Aam Aadmi Party. The question is something else. It's about anti-dust campaign. One moment, please. Road sweeping, water sprinkling, awards for excellence, stubble burning mitigation, green war room, all that. We'll have to wait and see how much of that is implemented and how much it will translate into real action when those dreaded days start. But my question is, will Aam Aadmi Party even then, God forbid if it happens, continue to blame the central government and the neighboring Uttar Pradesh government, because it has a different political party governing it?
No, it's not something that we are blaming. These are central government's data. So this is not something that we are just quoting out of thin air. It is central government's data that Delhi's green cover has continually increased from 2013. In fact, we are one of the states which have the highest green cover in the country, and we are on target to plant 64 lakh trees in this year. But we are fighting a lone battle over here because all the other state governments in North India have not been able to do it. We are able to provide 24/7 free electricity. No diesel generator sets run for the whole day in our societies, in Delhi societies, like they do in Gurgaon. So, I would like to ask, if we are investing this time with our people, if the Delhiites are fighting with the Delhi government, then we have a right to question other governments. The thermal power plants located in Delhi have been shut down. Today, Delhi is the only state in the country where there are no coal-based thermal power plants. Why have they not been able to achieve
Dr.
in the
Anil Gupta,
peripheral
will you
state?
respond as a BJP spokesperson?
Yeah, if you allow me, I will tell you the problem and I will also give you the solutions, keeping in view to my background, but allow me some time. Delhi government is doing only the cosmetic works. They are not doing the actual work. Let me give you some facts and I will come out with the solution also. The recently NCAP ranking in the cities in country, Delhi has been slipped from 9th position to the 11th positions. Air quality index has 8 parameters. They are roughly PM 2.5, PM 10, NOx, ammonia, sulfur, carbon monoxide, ozone and lead. Generally around the year, the 6 parameters remain in the range. But the major problem is of PM 2.5 and PM 10, for which Delhi government is not doing nothing. I will quote on record the Delhi government report and what they are not doing and what they should do. Delhi generates roughly 11,328 tons of CND waste, solid waste regularly. They don't have the facility to process. Even today, the 3,099 tons per day of this solid waste, they are lying on the roads, on the vacant plots. They are not able to process. You can check the records with this. And Delhi roughly has a road network of 20,508 kilometers. You see in this rainy season, lot of potholes is there. It is full of dust. Delhi government has not made any plan to remove this dust. And what about the green cover? You check the report of IFSR 2021. Delhi has lost a forest area of 0.62 kilometer of rain. As per the WHO report, 22 lakhs children are suffering from the lung disease. And I give you one more figure. As per this recent study, these PM 2.5 contribution comes mostly 40% from the dust pollution and 56% of the PM 10. Delhi government has not made any plan. They talk of the hotspots. They never say how they are going to remove the dust, how they are going to stop the stubble burning. The stubble burning cases have started coming from the Punjab. They are not talking to them. Last year also, more than 8,000 stubble burning cases were there from the Punjab. And they have not talked to their counterparts, nothing is there. The central government has given roughly 38.22 crores to Delhi government under NCAP.
Okay.
And what they spent? Roughly 10 crores. Even the amount given by the central government to Delhi government, they are not able to spend. And you talk to any expert, these days there is a major problem of PM 2.5 and 10. The internal, how the air pollution comes, it is a two-way, anthropogenic, the man-made or the natural.
So I have just enough time for others.
Just a minute.
Yes, please. 30 seconds, please wrap up.
Nobody has control of the natural, but the man-made, the pollution created within Delhi, that needs the permanent solution, and Delhi government
so what
has
really
not
is the
done
permanent
even
solution?
a thing.
Exactly. That is what Manas was pointing out as well. Is there a permanent solution? Shubh, a quick response and then I bring in others.
No, I'm just glad that finally the BJP spokesperson rounded up to coming and talking about Parali. Earlier, he was talking about solid waste and potholes. I don't know how that connects to air pollution. So I don't know in what capacity is he in the board. But in any case, he brought up the question of Parali. Now, it's a very interesting thing because when we talk about Parali and when we talk about how it shortens lives and how air pollution shortens lives, see, it's not just Delhi that the PM 2.0, I have presented data. So let me hear from the other BJP states, how they have been able to reduce, how can they present the data with respect to the reduction in PM 2.5 levels, and which the BJP spokesperson was talking about. I have presented data from Delhi. Let me hear it from the other states. But in any case, let's be clear that it is an international study that in Gurgaon and Faridabad, lives are cut short by 11 years due to air pollution. Jaunpur, Lucknow and Kanpur in Uttar Pradesh, 10 years. Prayagraj, 9 years they are cut short due to pollution. This is what the air of North India is doing to the people.
Okay.
Here
Don't
I have
compare
counted
your
to you
failure
at
with
least
other
15
failure.
measures. I have counted, you don't interrupt me. I have counted at least 15 measures, but the person sitting over has not been able to count even a single measure.
Okay.
Where are your anti-smog guns? Where are they? And now when you're talking about Farali, your own National Green Tribunal has questioned the premise. Ma'am, can you just allow me to complete on this? Can you just allow me to complete on this? On the question of Farali, the central government's own National Green Tribunal has questioned the premise as smoke can't only travel to Delhi and not any further.
All right,
How is it that just 100 kilometers away from the
Manas
Farali
and Ekagra on the screen now. Manas, you heard the politicians. It's just building up to the same thing that we'll be seeing in the next few days and few months. It's about blame game. The Aam Aadmi Party blaming the centre saying that Aam Aadmi Party is not doing enough. There are certain statistics which raise questions on what should the state government, union territory government be doing, but they are not doing. But the question certainly now is, when we look at these steps, how much can be done first, and second, will it actually lead to some kind of clearance of the air, making it better? Manas, if you heard me. Okay. There seems to be some problem with that. Dr. Nangia, coming to you, there is a plan, 21 key focus areas. It has started in September. We see that gas chamber kind of air only in the month of November. But can this actually lead to some concrete changes in the air quality?
See, basically, it will all depend on how well it is implemented. So if we are able to implement it properly, control the traffic, control the crop burning, control all other possible measures, including the factories, and reduce the dust on the streets, I think there's a lot we can contribute to controlling the air pollution levels also with all these measures. But the only thing is that we'll have to ensure that they're implemented effectively, as I've been repeatedly saying.
Okay, so the implementation is the key, as always. So thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Anil Gupta, Shubh Malhotra, Dr. Nangia, Manas Human, and Ekagra Filoria. Shifting focus to the second story now on the left, right, and center. The Bombay High Court today came down heavily on the police about the circumstances leading to the killing of the 23-year-old sexual assault accused in the Badlapur case. Raising questions over the encounter by the police, the court said it was hard to believe that the police could not overpower the accused. The court was hearing a petition filed by Akshay Shinde's father 2 days after he was shot dead in custody. The bench also asked for footage of CCTV cameras on the route, adding that they expect an impartial investigation. Opposition Uddhav Thakere's Shiv Sena in the state has questioned the police's version, adding that murder encounter was done to save the main accused. First the story, then I bring in the guests.
Can a layman unlock a pistol? What happened to the other 2 bullets? Why couldn't 4 policemen overpower the accused? These were some of the tough questions asked by the Bombay High Court to the Maharashtra government as the court heard a petition on the death of the accused in the Badlapur molestation case. The Badlapur sex assault accused Akshay Shinde had died of a bullet injury earlier this week. Police had claimed that they had fired at the accused after he snatched a policeman's pistol and fired at them. The High Court categorically said that the police version was hard to accept. The court also asked why the policemen did not aim at the leg even if they had to shoot in self-defense. The High Court has now ordered the preservation of the CCTV footage, a forensic report to determine if the bullet was fired at point-blank range, and the call data records of the policemen involved. Akshay Shinde had been arrested on charges of sexually assaulting 2 nursery children inside school at Badlapur. The case had led to massive protests. His father believes that it was a case of fake encounter. Opposition has already raised several questions, including pointing at posters which have emerged which depict State Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister holding a gun and hinting that the death is a case of revenge killing.
मृत अक्षय शिंदे है, उसकी अगर एफआईआर उसके खिलाफ अगर एफआईआर ली जाती है तो उसके पिता की एफआईआर उन पुलिस ऑफिसर्स के खिलाफ क्यों नहीं ली गई? क्यों उसकी जांच नहीं हो रही है? उन्होंने उसके लिए एक्सीडेंटल डेथ रिपोर्ट क्यों किया है? एनएच कोर्ट एफआईआर कोर्ट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है और सरकार ने बोला है उसके बारे में हम हमारे अधिकारियों से पूछ करके हम कोर्ट में 3 तारीख को जवाब देंगे.
The Bombay High Court will next hear this case on the 3rd of October, that is next Thursday. The court has highlighted that they are not necessarily doubting the police here, but just want to know the whole truth. With camera person Shivam, this is Anush Raite reporting from Mumbai for NDTV 24/7.
Several questions there being raised by the Bombay High Court. The question now is, will there be a special investigation team which will be set up as the father of the accused has demanded? Seema Malik is spokesperson of the NCP, Sharad Pawar. We have Asif Bamla, spokesperson of the BJP. Satya Mule is an advocate. We'll be joined by Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer as well. Asif Bamla, several questions being raised on the circumstances here, and valid ones. You know, according to you, as the court said, he fired 3 bullets, only 1 hit the police officer. What about the others? Valid question again. Several such questions. And so far, with the kind of posters which have been put up by by your party, showcasing you know that this is some kind of celebration of this custodial death, it raises questions on the nature of investigation.
Well, the investigation, if there is a wrongdoing, it will happen. And if there is any wrongdoing on the side of the government, if they feel on the side of the police or on the side of any particular levels, that has to be corrected and certainly will be corrected, because we believe, as party believes in the rule of the law and the land. Now, coming back to the situation, I understand the court has asked, so fine. There is obviously a committee, an 8-member committee, and SIT has been formulated, and the court has also wanted to investigate the matter. We justified that. But tell me something. How can you accuse a political party, the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, of a revenge killing? The rape has not happened of someone from that family. There is no revenge that the chief minister or the deputy chief minister will take. There's no personal agony. It is you people, that is the whole opposition bloc en masse who stood and who said कि ऐसे व्यक्ति को जो है हमें टंगा के, हमें लटका के फांसी देना चाहिए, ऐसा करना चाहिए, सरकार ऐसी है वैसी है. और इस व्यक्ति की मानसिकता देखिए. He has raped his wife. He has raped two innocent girls.
No, sir, I won't allow this kind of rhetoric on my show.
No, not a rhetoric, it's a factual data.
There is a problem in the argument that you're trying to make. The investigation has to be impartial. There has to be a rule of law that has to prevail. If you have to indulge in political blame game, you can do that. I've asked a specific question regarding...
I am not doing that. It's the opposition who's doing that. It's the opposition who's doing a blame game. Where is the ruling party doing it? It is you who blame the ruling party because the rape happened. Now if there is an encounter happened because our Mumbai police life is in threat, so you're blaming also the Mumbai police
I'm not
and the
blaming
government.
it. You have to answer before the court. Before you get so agitated, answer before the court. Please calm down. Please calm down, sir. Seema Malik, a quick response, please. Come in.
Ma'am, what has happened is really unfortunate.
Yes.
And the way, please stop him while he let me speak. The main thing is that the thing which has happened is really, it is totally dramatic, and I think SC have raised the very valid questions. See what has happened. A clean and thin person like Shinde, he has taken out the revolver of the cop and unlocked it and shot a fire in his head. This is very strange and something very dramatic and for me, and and we strongly condemn this. Nobody is allowed to take a law in her own in his or her own hands. Like see the way that things have happened.
Okay.
It is really.
Let me bring in Satya Mule and Yashwardhan Azad now.
Suspicion
So,
to the.
Yashwardhan Azad, you know, from the word go, there are several questions regarding this entire encounter or murder. You know, we do not know what were the circumstances, and the nature of circumstances are being questioned by the Bombay High Court. So, basically, the integrity of Mumbai police or Maharashtra police is being questioned. But can the ruling party say that because you're questioning them, it's wrong?
No, that's not true. In fact, you know, this fake encounters is a problem everywhere. Presuming that, you know, this is an encounter which should be questioned, there are adequate reasons for that. Now, the very fact that in police custody, if there's any kind of a killing, there are clear Supreme Court guidelines that, in fact, that FIR should be lodged. There should be an independent inquiry by the magisterial inquiry, and then a CID or something, in this case, the SIT has been put into case. But people have a legitimate right to ask questions. Now, the other thing is, as you've said, that the political kind of a jubilation from a particular group, that's extremely sad. You know, the problem, Maria, is that in a flawed democracy, which it really exhibits, and a flawed social dynamics, people will always, clap such things. You know, this Chatmangni Patbya, you know, shoot the fellow and then get it done over with, and revenge is badla. But this is happening in, you know, the allegations have been raised in UP, allegations have been raised in Chennai. So if the questions have been asked, I think they should be properly inquired into.
Yashwardhan Azad, yes, that's what the political class do. They are doing it. But there is an SOP as far as the cops are concerned. In this particular case, again, the SOPs have not been followed.
No, in a sense, you can't really, for the simple reason that you're going on an operational duty. I would keep my pistol on. Number two, there is such a rule that you should hit below the knee, etc. If my life is being threatened, I'll shoot the hell out of that fellow. So these are operational things. I'm saying ki don't even go into operational things. The very fact that a death has occurred in police custody, it's a reason to be inquired into. And yes, there's a right for the High Court to ask these questions.
Okay. Coming on this now, Satya Mule, which part of the High Court question do you think makes it very, very difficult for the Maharashtra government and the Maharashtra police to respond?
Well, first of all, I would not say none of the questions. I would rather say none of the questions are difficult for the Maharashtra government to answer. Neither they are difficult for the police department to answer. In fact, I'd like to underline the statement made by the Honorable Bombay High Court that they are not casting any doubt at this point of time on the police force. It is very important for us to realize here that whatever transpired in that particular incident, those people know, and that particular information will come to light. Inquiry is a first step towards achieving justice, and Bombay High Court is asking questions in that direction, and that's the procedural part. It doesn't mean that the Bombay High Court is asking something from inspired from some doubts or something like that. At the same time, there are guidelines. Supreme Court has laid down guidelines, but those guidelines are guidelines. Those are not statutes. The first guideline says that as far as possible, shoot at some limb, do not kill the person. But when we say that all these things that have happened, they appear to be very difficult to understand.
But the view
Let
is
me
also
make a statement that if it appears to be difficult, it doesn't mean it is impossible.
Okay. So the opposition here, Asif Bamla, is saying that the larger intent here is to protect someone high and powerful, and that is the reason why this action by the police.
What? Who? I mean, this is a pure rape case. There was the entire opposition took the state for ransom. There was a band called, and now when the situation like this is happening, are we becoming a balatkari bachao state here?
Or are we becoming a banana republic to just take law in our own hand?
This is not going to be. This is not going to be. It has happened in the past also. We have seen it below the Ambani houses and all. There are 55 encounters in Punjab, but that doesn't make a situation right. There are cases in Calcutta, rape cases also, but nobody raises a noise and voice about it. But when it comes to Maharashtra, when our own police, who is so tired and restless after finishing the Ganpati Visarjans, after doing such tireless job, इस व्यक्ति की मानसिकता पर हम क्या भरोसा करें? जो व्यक्ति अपने बीवी पे का बलात्कार किया है, वो कभी भी पुलिस से गन उठाकर कभी भी कोई भी हरकत कर सकता है. ये तो he's a psychotic case. If he was a relevant or a rational person, he would have not made. It's such a heinous, घिनौना पाप है कि दो बच्चियां जिनको जो फूल जैसी बच्चियां, किसी की भी बेटी हो सकती है, किसी की बहन हो सकती है, उसका रेप उस आदमी ने इतने इस तरीके से किया और पूरे देश में एक आतंक का माहौल हो गया.
The rule of law should take its course. And of course, I'm of the opinion that he should be given the strictest of punishment, but not. Yes, but you cannot, sir. Please calm down. Please calm down. Please calm down. My question is that with the hoardings, the kind of hoardings that are seen in Maharashtra, because of course you were facing a lot of questions. During the investigation, there were questions that has there been a destruction of evidence. All that has been questioned, and is that the reason why the ruling government is celebrating? You have posters of the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister holding gun. That badla pura hua.
Let me ask, who is doing this hoarding business? भाई सरकार अपना काम कर रही है. हमारी होर्डिंग अगर लाडकी बहन योजनाओं की लग रही है और वो सारी चीजें इससे सत्ताधारियों को बौखलाहट हो रही है, लेकिन यहाँ एक लाडकी बहन की बात कर रहे हैं, हम वहाँ एक लाडकी बेटी को हम न्याय देने की बात कर रहे हैं. लेकिन अगर उस बलात्कारी ने उस हद और सरहद पर गया कि हमारी पुलिस पर ही आक्रमण करने की कोशिश की, तो यू एक्सपेक्ट नहीं, आप संविधान के नाम पे पुलिस गोलियां खाए, संविधान के नाम पे पुलिस गोलियां खाएगी महाराष्ट्र में? नहीं, संविधान के नाम पे पुलिस गोलियां खाए.
आसिफ, आप उनकी बात सुन ले प्लीज.
मेरी बहन सीमा जी बलात्कारियों के नाम पे मेरी मुंबई पुलिस से गोलियां खाएगी.
स्कूल में क्यों रखा गया था उसको? उसके ऊपर इतनी कंप्लेंट्स थी. देन व्हाई ही वाज केप्ट इन दैट स्कूल? एंड अगर ये कहना कि हम बलात्कारियों को पहचान दे के, ये एक बहुत हिनियस क्राइम है जो हुआ है. और बिना देखिए ये बात कहना कि हम लोग बलात्कारियों को बचा रहे हैं, हमने हमेशा से उनके लिए कैपिटल पनिशमेंट का मतलब मांग उठाई थी. और हम सब चाहते थे कि एक अच्छी तरह से एक अगर उसको कुछ
यदि वो छूट जाता तो आप कहते देखिए ये सरकार में तो ऐसे हो गया,
और उसका एक मैसेज जाता पब्लिक में. पर जिस तरह से ये चीजें हुई हैं, मेरा सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि कैसे एक इतने पतले दुबले से एक वीक से व्यक्ति ने 4 कॉप्स के सामने उस रिवॉल्वर को निकाल लिया, उसको अनलॉक कर दिया एंड फायर भी कर दिया. एंड देखिए बहुत सारे लूप होल्स हैं इसमें, और अगर हम लोग क्वेश्चन उठा रहे हैं तो क्वेश्चन उठाना पड़ेगा ही. और सस्पेशन है तो है, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के हम लोग भी बहुत इज्जत करते हैं. पर अगर ये कहना कि वो लाइक जो कुछ हुआ है वो तो है ही, दिस इज अंडर क्वेश्चन. देयर इज नो नथिंग लाइक कि कुछ नहीं हुआ है या हम लोग अंडरस्टैंड कि देखिए पोस्टर्स जो लगे हुए हैं, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ मैसेज दे गिव टू द पब्लिक. You see the बदला ले लिया एंड ये सब कर लिया, एंड it seems that they are accept कर रहे हैं वो लोग कि शायद उन्होंने किया है. एक तरफ तो वो कह रहे हैं कि पुलिस की ऊपर कर रहे थे तो छीन के चला गया पिस्टल या कुछ भी, and then next again they are telling that like बदला ले लिया and all those things. So this is very this is not
we have often seen that in multiple cases justice delayed is justice denied. The fast track courts really do not deliver time bound justice. An action of this nature, while the government of the day may be celebrating there is a section, a huge section of the public which is of the opinion that there should be tough action against those, the strictest and who indulge in heinous crimes of this nature. These were two minors, little girls who were going to school. So I think, and they are raped in the school premises. So I think there is that question that is being raised towards lack of faith in the entire justice system of the country. Mr. Moolye.
Well, I would want to say here that there are a lot of things that are happening revolving around this kind of incident. But it is very difficult to say that there is a lack of trust or there is a trust deficit. What happens is, it is both sides, that is the ruling party as well as the opposition. They try to derive mileage and so forth. A lot of dust is raised, and the common people, yes, of course, there has been a long-standing understanding that the system works very slowly. It's very difficult to get justice. But at the same time, the due process of the law has to be followed. Justice takes time, but at the end of the day, there will be justice and justice prevails. But what I want to say is that somebody celebrating is a completely wrong thing. At the same time, what appears to me is that opposition is making a huge hue and cry about it is probably because they have lost an opportunity to sensationalize and derive further mileage from the judicial proceeding that would have been conducted from this particular case and try to play more blame game.
Okay.
This, in fact, this in fact undermines the trust of the people in the judicial system and the other machinery that engages into justice delivery system.
Yashwardhan Azad.
You know, Maria, for whatever reasons the opposition may be raising the issue, I think it's a very, very legitimate issue to be raised. And let me go back to the issue which you said earlier. It's a known fact that in a broken criminal justice system, the public does not have any faith. And that is why they want shortcut methods. You know, there is nothing in all these discussions. The lawyers or the judges do not say anything about fast-tracking the system. 5.5 crores of cases, if they lie in courts, people know what exactly they are actually looking for. And as long as you have this kind of a tortuous dealings, you know, people don't like the police, they also don't like the courts, they also don't like the lawyers. So I'm saying that the entire criminal justice system, nothing really happens. And you know, you don't want police reforms. No, the opposition doesn't want it. The ruling party doesn't want it. In the courts, there is no talk of fast-tracking the system. The lawyers, you ask the people and the clients and they'll tell you what exactly, how the cases go round and round and tariq pe tariq. So what I'm saying is, this situation will go on.
All right, there seems to be some problem with that line. Yashwardhan Azad, I appreciate your time. Satya Moolye, Asif Bamla and Seema Malik. We are slipping into a short break. When we return, we'll have a special guest joining us from US.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this
Now is Dhruv Jaishankar, Executive Director of ORF America. He's joining me from New York. Mr. Jaishankar, I appreciate your time here on NDTV. Several foreign policy experts are of the opinion that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 3-day trip to the United States was more than just a diplomatic engagement. It shows how India is becoming central in global affairs. As a strategic analyst, how do you see Prime Minister Modi's US visit?
Well, I think this visit was a very busy visit. It was the last opportunity for the Prime Minister to come before November's US elections. And I think it highlighted, just in less than 3 full days, I think highlighted 3 big issues. One was the Quad itself, and this was really a signature a policy, signature initiative of the Joe Biden administration, and sort of really consolidating that relationship. Second was on the bilateral relationship, including meetings with diaspora and US technology. And third, this is about the UN as well. And this was a major UN summit that is still ongoing, actually, in New York right now. And so I think that in some ways, there were 3 sort of broad objectives of the Prime Minister coming to the US this time.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Jaishankar, of course, it was quite an eventful trip with Quad, bilaterals, Summit of the Future address, and also that meeting which he had with several world leaders, Zelensky on one hand, and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas as well. Do you see these engagements and happening in US of greater significance of reinforcing India's stature on the global stage?
I mean, the UN General Assembly is often a very good opportunity for Indian leaders when they come to meet with a very wide range of their counterparts from many different countries. And so, they try, scheduling is often an issue, but they try and squeeze as many bilateral meetings as possible. To some extent, it also is an indicative of priorities. And you saw that in some, who the Prime Minister took time to meet, including President Zelensky in Ukraine, given the gravity of the situation there. Also, Mahmoud Abbas, of course, given what is happening in Gaza and Lebanon now, especially. So I think that is an indication of the seriousness of those, the immediate seriousness of those crises that are ongoing. But also, meeting counterparts from other developing countries and the developed world as well. And many bilateral meetings, even though the Prime Minister's left, many bilateral meetings are ongoing over the next few days as well.
I'm going to shift your focus now to the US elections. The US elections, of course, many say have entered a very decisive stage. What do you think will decide the battle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris from here onwards in the next 2 months?
So the polls are still showing a relatively tight race. Kamala Harris seems to have a little bit more momentum, but the polls are still very close. And really only 7 states will decide the outcome of this election, the so-called swing states, of whom really it'll hinge on 2 or 3 decisive outcomes, including what might be very small margins. As of now, it's still, again, very close. Vice President Harris has a lead in a few of those states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania very narrowly, and is gaining ground in some of the others. But former President Trump holds a strong hand and has remained quite resilient in polls. So effectively, the outcome is close to 50-50 at this point of time. Of course, things can change. There's a vice presidential debate that will take place on Tuesday, and that may shift the needle a little bit. There may be other engagements over in October. But ultimately, it looks like, it'll hinge on a few things. I think for the Democrats, it really is on voter turnout and enthusiasm, particularly in urban areas where they tend to do well. And that, I think, will be, really a key for the Democrats to try and get out that vote. And they've been raising a lot of money that will help them in that campaign. For the Republicans, I think it is highlighting dissatisfaction with the status quo, particularly economic issues. And we saw, again, former President Trump give a speech to that effect very recently as well.
Can we really, point at any dominant narrative or single thread running through this election?
I think Trump is still very successful at highlighting dissatisfaction with the establishment. And there still is a strong sense of that. And he's again been very successful in tapping into that sense of resentment, particularly people who, there is a widespread sense that elites in the US of both parties have pursued policies that over the long term have disadvantaged very large numbers of people, whether it's on migration. Now, sometimes, again, this takes a very slightly ugly turn, but, the terms of it's about resetting the terms of globalization. And I think that is really the signature struggle, not just of this election, but in some ways the last 2 elections, these 2 US presidential elections as well.
And talking about the, India-US ties, will it be focused more on continuity? Because, if it is Kamala Harris, if it were Kamala Harris, then, what we have seen, she is the vice president. Or are you of the opinion that if it's Donald Trump taking the chair, it could be a different story altogether?
So, India does not, largely a good thing, India has not featured very prominently in this US election campaign. It is not an immediate crisis for either US president. There are no strong negative things associated with India, nor is it really a conventional ally, and some questions about particularly NATO allies and the ability of to step up in the war in Ukraine. That has become a bit of an election issue. So broadly, again, I would expect that we'd see a strengthening of relations under both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. There would obviously be different emphases that they would have. I think Kamala Harris, again, will have to renegotiate on certain issues within her own party. In a way that, in terms of what issues to prioritize, in a way that Biden came in not having to do as much. For the Republicans, I think the 2 issues I would highlight where there may be significant departures and which would affect India would be on trade and on immigration issues. And I think he's been quite clear as to what his policies are going to be, and it will affect, at least to some degree, the bilateral relationship with India.
Okay, my last couple of questions. Since in this power play or setting of narratives which are playing out, do you think the fence sitters become very crucial in the next few weeks?
I'm sorry, the fence sitters in the US elections?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So they're referred to as undecided voters.
Is there a high percentage of fence sitters?
No, so by and large, most people have made up their minds. I think there's perhaps only the polls again suggest less than 10% of people still have to make up their minds about who to vote. They're being highly sought after. But again, I think a larger issue will be both the Republicans and Democrats have very strong bases. Will they be able to get it'll be about voter turnout. Will they be able to get that base to come out and vote in sufficient numbers? And I think the concern the Democrats had when Biden was still the candidate was that enthusiasm seemed to be waning in part because of concerns about Biden's age and capabilities. That seems to have changed again with Harris now coming out, and that again suggests that the momentum is on her side. But there are very few undecided voters. I suspect this will be much more about mobilization on voting day and before that.
Is the identity, also the gender identity of Kamala Harris an advantage for her? Is that making the people in general and women in particular perhaps generating that desire for history making, that there could be a history in the works if she takes that office?
So I've not seen polling data to back this up, but it seems that the historic nature of that is, even though it should be there because the US has not had a female president, seems to be less of an issue than, say, in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was the candidate, the Democratic candidate for president, where that was very much highlighted. It has played out in some other ways. For example, Trump has watered down some of his, at least publicly, some more hardline positions on abortion, which has been abortion rights, reproductive rights, which have been a big issue for women voters. And which it seems he is worried that will alienate some voters. So there has been a little bit of a watering down in response to that. At the same time, there are polls that suggest that, surveys that suggest that Kamala Harris isn't doing too well with African-American male voters. So again, it's cutting both ways. Gender is certainly an issue in this election, but perhaps not as much as it was 8 years ago.
All right, Dhruv Jaishankar there sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
We are putting out the entire discussion and the debate on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in mans. All I want is a touch of love.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नज़दीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings
Heavy rain lashes Mumbai as parts of the city get inundated. Multiple flights get affected due to rain. SpiceJet, Indigo and Vistara caution their passengers. The Bombay High Court pulled up the Maharashtra police and posed some tough questions over the custodial death of Badlapur sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde, who died in police custody. His family demands an SIT probe as the court asks for cops' call data. Setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as a court orders the Lokayukt probe the MUDA scam against him. Siddaramaiah says he will fight it out legally as the Prime Minister targets him in a rally. Says Congress is the most corrupt. The Karnataka Chief Minister, remember, is accused in land scam case. 2 phases down, 1 more to go in the Jammu and Kashmir elections. 54% turnout in Jammu and Kashmir's second phase of polls. Article 370, statehood remain major poll issue for the voters. Terror-hit regions witness high turnout today. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi hosts India's Chess Olympiad champions celebrating their historic double victory in Budapest. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour is the heavy rain in Mumbai. Heavy rain has in fact lashed Mumbai, and many parts of the city is now inundated. Multiple flights have also been affected due to rain. Now, heavy rainfall, it has prompted SpiceJet to issue a passenger advisory on potential delays. Vistara has diverted 2 flights due to the weather conditions. Meanwhile, around 15 flights, they were delayed arriving at Mumbai's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport. Now, according to the data from Flight Radar, now BMC has declared holidays for schools and colleges tomorrow. This is for both private schools as well as public schools. The Indian Met Department, it has issued a red alert for Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Raigad, warning of intense weather conditions. According to the IMD, these regions can expect extremely heavy rainfall accompanied by thunderstorms, lightning and strong winds in some areas. And currently tracking the situation from the ground, my colleagues Anuj Raite and Radhika Ramaswamy there. Anuj, what is the situation at the moment, and how intense is the rainfall at the moment right now?
If you talk about it, but you see the intensity of this rainfall increases when you start going towards the western suburbs. Of course, it is quite evenly spread across the city, as I said before, but the major problem of the water logging and it affecting the railway lines, be it the central line and the western line, is mostly happening in the western and the northern suburbs of the city. We're already getting visuals. Probably we are noting that, stations like Ghatkopar, be it railway stations or even the metro stations, are facing extremely difficult situations where people are even getting out of their railway to walk from the tracks to reach their home. Of course, Western Line is considered to be one of the less affected one whenever Mumbai rains hits the city. But this time around, since 5 p.m., we are seeing that heavy rainfall has been experienced in the city quite incessantly, quite continuously, without any break at all, let alone the break. Even the intensity of the rain hasn't gone down even by a bit. And that has the movement of the people. You see that it was a working day, and people, who work here in Mumbai come to the city from across the suburban areas, and one of the major mode of transport that they rely on is the railways. And if the railways are going down, of course, there will be a lot of panic amongst those who are taking the railways inside the railways at the moment, because we are seeing that station after station is getting affected because of this rainfall that has been experienced from late evening to. Of course, a red alert has been announced not just in Mumbai city but also across the Konkan region in Maharashtra, and we are seeing that BMC is taking action, and they are asking the schools and colleges will be kept closed, government and private, and they've asked people not to step outside of their houses if it is not extremely important. That's that. Of course, today the prediction was for extremely heavy rainfall, and tomorrow as well the similar sort of situation is expected to unfold, although in slightly less intensity. Back to you.
Okay, I also have Radhika Ramaswamy there joining us. Radhika, another big question is about the preparedness for this entire situation. Were authorities prepared for this level of rainfall? And this is a question that we have been asking year after year. Were the authorities prepared this time around?
Absolutely. Year after year, Mumbai faces monsoon, and usually when it starts raining, it brings the entire city to a standstill, and that's what happened over the last couple of hours. Of course, it had been raining intermittently over the last few days, but it was over the last couple of hours that it actually intensified across the city. And since then, it has brought the city to a standstill. We are seeing traffic disruptions in multiple areas because this is the peak hour traffic we are talking about. Be it Lower Parel, be it Bandra, be it Kolaba, be it Kaf Parade. These areas are seeing a massive traffic disruptions. And as far as waterlogging is concerned, largely it is the low-lying areas that have been impacted, which include places such as Andheri, Mulund, some